Man, I think the hardest thing about streaming is nobody tells you how to be on, right? Like how to start to to just kind of get into that groove that you're streaming. You know what I mean? Like it's really weird. Um, like I'm a little bit tired because I just ate breakfast and I ate a pretty big breakfast and I'm a little, a little kind of just want to chill. But I said I would start streaming at 9, so I'm gonna start streaming at 9. Hopefully within the next couple of minutes to an hour, like I'll kind of get my energy back. But no, it's streaming life is really interesting. Either way, oh wait, let me give me a second before I do all of that. Let me actually post these things. Just say that I'm actually streaming. Um, yeah, I'm just okay. Right. Hey everyone. I'm ChadRStewart. I'll be your host today. um, welcome to the channel. It's called channel. Yeah. Welcome to the channel. Um, Pretty much. So if you're new, or you're just joining, or you're watching the VOD of this, or you have somehow telepathically connected to the internet and this is somehow the thing that you've come across. uh, Hi. Hi. um, I guess I'll probably keep doing kind of the background of myself for a while, but the whole point of this is excuse me, um, the whole point of this of me recording myself or me streaming, specifically coding, is I'm a front end engineer. I'm in Kingston, Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica, and I want. Oh, hey, how are you doing? Hey, thank you for coming in. Thank you very much. Oh, what? Oh, right. Emails. Ha. Yes, let me turn that off. Um. Oh, right. You can't hear emails because of this thing I have set up. Anyways, um, excuse me. Crap. I actually need to go get water, so I will do that after this intro. Oh, what's up, John? No, that's cool. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for stopping in. I actually can see the stream chat. Anyways, so I'm a software engineer from. Oh, hey, I'm by. Damn. What's good? I'm just fucking Bamuskis, you know what I mean? Like, damn. Like, dude. Anyways, so I'm a software engineer from Jamaica. I mostly do front end engineering. Oh, sup, Matthew? Like to be honest, I don't, I didn't recognize the name at all. I was like, I've seen it before, like living in a van, but I was just like, I don't want to try and say a name that I didn't know. Uh, yeah, thank you. But yeah, like, thanks. Like, also thanks for the compliments about open source. Like, I'm just kind of happy that people like the work, To be honest with you, I was kind of new working with, what is it, design system? I was pretty new to it, and, you know, at least I did a good job. Thank you for popping in. Um, all right, intro. So, I'm a software engineer, Kingston, Jamaica. Um, so so man, right, yes. I mostly do front end engineering. Um, Mostly by happenstance. I've done like some back end engineering stuff. But I mostly done front end engineering, professionally. and I just kind of want to do backend engineering. I kind of want to do that kind of work. So um, honestly, the idea was to try and get a job where that would help me, kind of go into that direction. But like that seems to be less and less of a possibility. Like maybe in the future, but it feels like it seems like I'm gonna have to do it myself. And I mean, to be fair, it kind of sounds like it's like if you're not gonna let me learn backend engineering, I'm never gonna learn it. But I'm so either way, this is me attempting to kind of learn it on my own as best as I can. Hopefully not completely on my own. Um, but hopefully, like I'll be able to get some guidance here and there, either from Twitter or from people who show up in the chat. And be like, okay, this is what you're doing. What you're doing is silly. Stop doing that. Cool. So, the title is me learning backend engineering, database technologies. So that came about by a suggestion from from a friend of mine from a Zoom chat, and the idea is that like so his first of all his whole thing was, oh, we're going to, you should learn how to do CRUD applications, um, mainly because that's kind of like what backend engineering is when you kind of boil down to it, like. And at the very least, I was just like, okay, cool, that sounds like a good idea. Like, I've done CRUD applications before. Kind of refreshing myself on how to do them is perfectly fine. I don't think I made a RESTful application. Um, I've tried, and for whatever reason, I just that didn't work out. But you know, using REST and stuff like that. And so that's kind of like what the plan. Oh, right, yeah. So he suggested that you should learn because it's, since everything is it's mostly CRUD applications. Um, you should start with a database technology, right? So learn how to get data in and out of a database. Um, yeah, how to learn how to get data in and out of a database. Um, Start from there, get comfortable with the database technology, and then that should inform how you interact, how you like create APIs and stuff like that. Um, so that's kind of the idea right now. So I don't really have a lesson plan for myself, to be quite honest with you. Um, I guess the idea was to come up with something on stream. So at the very least, it's on stream. So yes, I'm providing content. Um, but to be honest, like if I were working, this is when I would generally work anyway, which is why I chose these times because it's like, oh, I would generally be working by 9 anyway until not necessarily until 2, but excuse me, not necessarily until 2, but I'd be working um, like I chose 9 to 2 because there's other things that I have during the day that I want to get done. And I was just like, if I have at least some focused time to do coding, that'd be cool. Um, yeah, so that's pretty much it. So I guess I'll come up with some pseudo lesson plan for now. Um, have you ever looked at this before? Oh, I must have shut down links. How do I? By the way, I have no idea how stream chat works. So you're gonna like like if there's an issue, I'm pretty like I'll be pretty confused. Um, Speaking of which, I mean, I'm not necessarily a big fan of the Screen Chat window in OBS, so I'm gonna try and come up with a better stream chat, get a better stream chat, uh, by opening my own stream and hopefully. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I've seen I've definitely seen the roadmap before. You know what? That's probably a good place to start. Like, I'm still gonna choose a backend technology, and kind of start from there. But at the very least, the roadmap may give me an idea of how to proceed. Do you know how to pop? Oh, there's a big button that says pop out chat that I did not see. All right, cool beans. And let me clear these things. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing because I just have it set to see my ugly mug, but um, I'm just. Oh yeah, I don't stream, so I don't have any tips for you. I'm pretty sure, like, I remember messing around with some stuff and I just turned off links, just kind of to be safe. Um, I turned off links just to be safe because I know eventually I'm gonna get trolls and people doing stupid things, and especially because I have the desktop view, like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna click on something and get myself in trouble. So yeah, I think it has some options in it for tech stack. So okay, cool. All right, so um, let's start with that then. Let's start with that, and actually give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get a couple of bottles of water, which I really should have gotten. I'm completely unprepared. So give me one moment. I will be right back. Okay. So I have my bottle of water. Let me load this up. Man, why am I so damn tired? uh, let's see. Let me load this up, and then I'll switch it to desktop view. Okay. I know this actually has a yeah. So backend development. All right. Okay. So desktop view. The void. Right. So actually, let me remove all this stuff, and so we can focus on this. And let me bring up Notepad. so I can start taking notes after all of this. All right. Anyways, so yeah, so for those of you who don't know, this is the developer roadmap. In essence, it kind of gives you overview about what you need to not yeah, it gives you an overview of what you need to know to be a backend engineer. It also kind of gives you a path. Um, yes and no. It does. So so like for me, cause I've kind of been doing this for a little bit. So like, and even then, it's still a little bit intimidating. I think the biggest issue with this thing here. Wait, can you guys see me? Oh, right, yeah, you can. It's just I can't see that you can see. Anyways, man, I should just make like a window here so that I can see myself because it's actually kind of comforting. But anyways, um, so like this thing is pretty much this is all the things that you could possibly do, and they have like a bit of a key here. Excuse me. They have a bit of a key where it's like, you give his personal recommendation, good good alternatives. This kind of matters and doesn't matter. It's like order is not strict, which it's kind of whatever. And then like I wouldn't recommend. Um, the big thing is that this is fairly overwhelming, and something that I've been kind of more not necessarily the biggest fan of is this is a lot of, I don't want to say technical, but this is a lot of what is it that I would say, uh, not even jargon. That's not the thing. Not It's a lot of knowledge that you cannot leverage immediately. Like, so the thing that tends to attract people to coding is the thing that tends to actually, let me have my, I need, yeah, I get intimidated every time I look at it. Yeah, it would be nice if there were little projects that you could pick that only touch two or three of them. Yeah, like I agree. Oh, by the way, that's also a thing too. I also have, I also plan to do projects. So, alright, so this is the basis before I go back into this. This is the basis of what I plan to do. I plan to start with a backend technology, work with it, get used to it, and then um, build a project, a toy project, build a toy project leveraging the backend technology. And the idea is I have front end knowledge, so I would leverage the front end knowledge. I would have learned enough of the data persistence to be able to do stuff with it, and then I would kind of fill in the like the API creation and design part with the need of both sides. Oh, sup, Aaron? I almost said AMD, AM Dev. Yo, what's up, man? Just this is your favorite anxiety-inducing um roadmap, which I was actually literally talking about. What's up, man? What's up? Just doing this streaming thing. Yeah. It is pretty intimidating. It is pretty intimidating, and it doesn't give you really good ways of like. It almost feels better like a checklist than a roadmap. You know what I mean? Like, let me finish my thing before I get into it, because I was actually talking about the roadmap. So the what you call it, right? So the idea is just build a project. Get used to the data persistence layer. Build a project, get used to data persistence layer. Then leverage my current front end knowledge to kind of come up with something that, and then be like, okay, front end, data persistence. How do I build the back end? And in essence, those two things I'll be able to build a project out, right? And then we just kind of increase the difficulty. So either we build on the project, yeah. So React and some backend stack in essence, right? So um, more than likely, like, so I'm thinking of learning Postgres. I have some MySQL knowledge. It's fairly old, but I have some MySQL knowledge. And but I'm hearing Postgres is all the rage. Like, so I'm thinking of trying Postgres. Yeah. So I'm thinking of I'm trying Postgres. And I'm like, I look at the name, and I don't want to call it Postgres. I know people literally pronounce it Postgres, and I want us to say Postgre because it's like PostgreSQL. It bothers me. Because for the longest time people would say Postgres, and I was like, okay, so there's an extra S. I know. It bothers me. It's not like it's whatever, but yeah. It's like there's not two S's. There's one S, and the S is part of SQL. Anyways, um, so about the roadmap. You know what bothers me? People who don't write you. Okay, I feel like I feel like this is like something happened at work, and you're just like, ah. Oh man, yeah. People who don't write unit tests are yeah. Okay, Kanye, but I'ma let you finish. Oh, man. Mm. All right, so should I even talk more about? Anyway, you know what? Yeah. So the big issue with the roadmap is that it kind of acts like a roadmap, but it's so overwhelming. And I've already been coding, and I've worked professionally, and this is still overwhelming. Like, I kind of know where I would start, but there's so much theory. That's the word I was looking for. There's so much theory here that by the time you really get to any practical coding, you might be turned off. You might go like, I'm gonna go get a bunch of cookies to sit in my couch and stuff like that. Like, so like you start with, I personally, I feel like you should start with like some coding. You should start with something that would give you like positive feedback. Feedback period, but definitely positive feedback. And then kind of expand. Like, the big thing about like theory is that a lot of the times you're not going to leverage theory immediately. It's going to take a while. And when you're learning, like, the big thing is actually not even necessarily to actually retain the information. Yes, you want to retain the information, but the big thing is just to be able to keep continuing. And if you're getting negative feedback and you're not feeling good about it, you're gonna shut down real fast, regardless of which part of the journey you're on. So a lot of the times you really want to just maintain our journey. That's the reason why, like, web development is, or front end development is such a good place to start, because you type like a few keys on your keyboard, and something pops up on screen, and that's like a child's delight, right? Like, everybody loves that, you know. So that's kind of like my big issue with this. Like, it's a great checklist. So, like, say for instance, I'm a front end dev. How much of this stuff do I know, and then where does it stop, right? And you can kind of gauge how much like for instance, ORMs, ACID. I know what ACID is, and transactions, n+1 problems. I have no goddamn idea about. I have an idea of what ORMs are. I came across a discussion. I came across a discussion about whether or not you should be like leveraging ORMs, whatever, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the most knowledgeable, but for the most part, all this is Greek, and these are all recommended things. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this would take you a year or two to get through comfortably. And it's like being able to use this in work, and that's like a year of grinding, you know what I mean? So I think it's good to have this here, like, as this is everything you want. Oh, let me pull up the chat again. This is good to have everything you want to. Oh yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. All right, yeah. Let me go do something else. Oh God, no, the void. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. I've been using Ubuntu for, I would say, about 2, 3 years now. I've been using it on my personal device for a long time. But when I was working, I worked in Windows, and to be honest, I just didn't use this device while I was working because I would go to work and come home. Um, but yeah. All right. Anyways, so, all right. So yeah. All right. First of all, let's talk about um the plan. So, uh, database technology, and I'm actually not just gonna sit here and just talk bullshit this entire time. I'm actually going to attempt to write something. I just want to be kind of clear about what the plan is. If anything, if nothing else, but to say, hey, this is the plan, and people can say, um, people can give their input, and because it's like the whole goal is to learn the thing. It's not to make a plan. So if people give their input, and it's like, hey, this is a much better idea. Sure, like, going to the roadmap wasn't a bad idea. Wasn't the worst idea. Like, if nothing else, it showed you not necessarily not what not to do, but yeah. If you want to hear God laugh, just tell him your plans. There's a quote I don't remember who said it, but he the idea is like the person said that he finds that plans are nothing, but planning is everything. And so I kind of like living by that idea, where the plans themselves may break to pieces, but planning, yeah. Actually, I have it saved somewhere. I'll bring it up, so that I can actually. You know what? We have the interwebs right in front of me. Why am I acting like it's not here? Plans are nothing. Planning is everything. Quotes. Brainy quote from Dwight Eisenhower, and this is not exactly the quote. That's like a very shortened version of the quote, but that's pretty much it from Dwight D. Eisenhower. Um, need to stop clicking on that. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea. So right. So what I'm so for the database technology, PostgreSQL, MySQL. If I get frustrated, I don't think I have MySQL saved. I'm probably going to look for like a GUI so that I can look at the tables, um, before until I get used to like interacting with them in the command line. I've done it before. It's not particularly alien to me, but I like having the GUIs there, especially from a learning perspective, because it's like, oh, I might, like, especially like you're learning to use the command line, right? So you do it, and then you can just kind of go into the GUI and see what you changed or what you potentially messed up, maybe fix things, and stuff like that. So it's just like kind of having both of those things. Um, so um, I guess I should put in front end technology, as well, just React. Um, I'll probably take the time. So actually, somebody had reached out earlier because of my stream last week. Yesterday, Tuesday. I had put out a stream of just some work that I did using React Context, And one of the things that I had talked about was state management, and I just had like I had every state variable in its own variable. Um, yeah, I had every state variable in its own variable, and I was just like, there was a comment when I was interviewing that they're like it might become too unruly, and they had just shared an article which I want to explore. So, I might. I'm probably going to take the time since I'm going to be making a back end, a front end as well. I'll probably take the time to kind of explore more front end stuff as well. So, context, I guess just hooks in general. In general, is there anything else? Uh, yeah, I haven't learned like React Reducer, sorry. I haven't learned React router, with hooks, so I'll probably do that as well. And for the moment you've been waiting for, backend technology. So, because I've been doing so much JavaScript within the last 2 years, I think learning Node, and specifically Node Express, learning Node Express would be the way to go. Um, I would like to learn Go. I want to say Golang. I would like to learn Go as well. I actually have like a book on learning Go. Uh, Rust is better than Go. Just putting that out there. Look, look, stop injecting your opinions into my damn stream, Aaron. I don't know. I mean, like, actually, when you mentioned Rust that one time, I looked into it. It looks cool. Having learned both is so much easier to wrap my mind around. Really? Playing with wow. Twitch chat is you've been playing with. I don't care what you've been playing with. XXX. Oh man. Oh, Ross Rocket equals easy API. You know what? Now that Aaron, because I've actually been a little bit interested in Rust after. So, all right. So, quick background on Aaron. We talk a lot. We have like a what is the accountability group where we talk, and there was a situation where he had to learn Rust, and he was learning Rust, and he really enjoyed it. He really enjoyed it. Um, so like I kind of went and looked up some stuff on Rust, and I really enjoyed it. Or I don't want to say I really enjoyed it, but I was interested. I was interested, especially since like I like I really like C++, plus plus, and so I kind of pretend that one day I'll go back to C++. Plus plus. Still learning it this time, being rejected by the company I was learning it for. And hey, I mean, at least you came across a language that is interesting, right? Like, to be honest, the thing that attracts me to Golang more than the language itself is the community. Like every time I talk to somebody who does Go, they're super fucking chill. You know what I mean? Oh, I shouldn't be saying curse words because this eventually is going to go on YouTube, and YouTube's going to be like, "Oh, you said a bad word." But they're super chill, you know. And it's like the thing that attracts me to Go more than Go is actually Go's community. Yeah, like so that's kind of like the thing. To be honest though, like it's whichever kind of gravitates, whichever I gravitate towards it during this whole thing. So primarily, what I will do, I will put something here to say this is kind of like my first choice. Um, so I will work with Node Express because I have the Java experience, the JavaScript. I do that a lot. I say Java. It's like I say Java and then I never end with script, and so I just sound like an idiot every time I do. Anyways, I'm gonna start with Node Express because of the JavaScript experience that I have, and because JavaScript is so malleable, I feel like learning a lot of the backend concepts. So, like, the whole thing is to not necessarily learn the technologies, is but to use the technologies as a means of exploring the skill itself. And so, to, in essence, get life lessons from the skill so that, like, if I come across any technology, I'll just be able to learn it, right? Um, in that case, I probably should use my C. It does whatever. So that's it right now. One does not learn a whole technology. One simply learns the basics, and when the technology will be the right tool for the job. Everything else is for Stack Overflow. Yep, yeah. I remember that argument where this guy, well, I think it was a guy or somebody was saying that you're not a real dev if all you do is go on Stack Overflow, and that's such a tired argument. You know what? Off topic. So this is kind of like the idea right now. Yeah, that guy can die in a fire. Like he can die of a very large fire, preferably on his own, so that nobody else dies in said fire. But yeah, that guy can go, you know, do unmentionables to him, his unmentionables. Yeah, that was all manner of horse caca. Anyhow, uh, fire ants to the unconventional. All right. Yeah. So. I'm sorry, that was cool. All right. So this is kind of the game plan right now. Okay. So let's talk about the projects that I intend to work. Okay. Not project ideas. Projects. Let's just go with projects. So I want to keep it simple. So generally these are going to be toy projects that have been built, have been tried and tested. Um, so like, so like to-do list. Um, not going to be the greatest, not going to be the greatest projects in the world. Maybe like what Twitter clone. Um, let's start with to-do list. To-do list is always good. Let's just start with to-do list first. Oh, right. Actually, in database technologies, I want to learn a NoSQL database. So, MongoDB. Um, oh, and I also want like I guess cloud technology, which is I don't know what to call it to be quite honest. Actually, you know what? Here's what we do. We go back to crazy roadmap, and hopefully this roadmap will actually tell me um, cloud services. Um, what's the search engine? That fire. Containerization, virtualization. I don't want to do that. It doesn't say anything about. And I can't search this because it's a damage. Mm, cloud services. Nope. Alright, I'm just gonna put in cloud because I don't have a better name. So in essence, I just want to host it somewhere. AWS. Well, I kind of want to do AWS. I don't know if Heroku gives you like a full box. Um, like I because I want to actually do more with a command line. I don't know. Like I don't know exactly how this stuff works. So I guess Heroku because I have the Twitter box bot there. I guess I should talk about the Twitter bot. I feel like I have so much stuff I need to bring up in my background. Like so I have a hashtag or I have so I've been promoting a hashtag called Tech is Hiring, and in essence, the idea is if you have a job opportunity, or you have or you yourself is looking for a job opportunity, you would make a Twitter post and you would tag it with Tech is Hiring, right? So I made a bot. Excuse me. I made a bot so that it will just retweet anything that has Tech is Hiring on it, and so people can now subscribe to the bot to to see any updates to tech is hiring as opposed to having to like search the hashtag and then go to latest, so it's simpler. And then there's other things you can do, like for instance I have notifications on, and it kind of just gives me an idea of how many people are using the hashtag.
Mm.
Um anyways, all of that to say is the Twitter bot is hosted on Heroku because it's free. But I don't know, like, maybe, so let me put a star on AWS because I'm just interested in AWS. Um, Heroku, and maybe I'm not really a big fan of GCP, Azure. So, but definitely, like, my focus is AWS for now. Um, uh, right. Yeah. So projects. So projects. To-do lists. What other? You know what? Let's do some search on basic full stack projects. Project ideas. Let's do a search. Content management system for a blog. That seems significantly more complicated than it needs to be. Oh yeah, depends on the need. Azure is good for .NET based stuff. AWS is good for a lot of stuff. Yeah, the AWS feels like the kind of like the 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 works for everything. There are others. Heroku is nice too. I use that for like standing up React apps. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it seems really simple to just kind of get like apps onto the web using Heroku, for cheap, also known as nothing. The combination of Heroku and Firebase is a really nice way to put full stack apps into the cloud. I should yeah, let me put Firebase in there as well because I don't know if this is the right place to put it. Um I don't know. I don't know, like, you know what? No, let me take it out. Let me take it out. Should I? Screw it. No, I'll put it there. Yeah, there is a YouTube channel that shows you how to stand up React apps with DBs in Firebase. Um, I would tell you to link it in the chat, but the linking stuff isn't working. So if you could just like say the YouTube channel name in the chat, which is actually really good because I have the chat here and it's also being recorded on video. They're a little on the hustle culture side of development, but they're not. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think yeah, I think Brian has been kicking around Super Bass. I'll look around his channel a bit as well. Um um Clever programmer. Clever programmer. I think I've seen him before. Alright, so I'm gonna make a thing here. Clever programmer. And I'm just gonna keep
How
this
much
tab.
do you guys think?
Nope, nope. I'm gonna keep that tab open. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Either way, back to project ideas. Um, so let's see. Front-end languages: Java, HTML, CSS. I feel like I should also take the time to expand my. Okay, where's the X? Go away. That's not it. Come on, leave me alone. Why is there no X there? Why would you not have an X? Like, how would I have known? Anyways, cool. Can I set this to be always on top or something? There we go. If anything, I'll just like do that. So at least I'll have it there. Um, right. So content management system for a blog. WordPress and Drupal. I feel like that's a little bit big. Multi-client website offering food delivery application. Why are all these things such massive? massive projects. Like I just want a small project. Like maybe I should just say toy project ideas. Toy projects to build your portfolio. No full stack project ideas. Hopefully it's a little bit better. Management, event page, e-commerce portal. Really don't want to do e-commerce. I like e-voting though. E-voting system. This can be another outstanding field. What do you think? E-voting system require full stack. Alright, say it with me. CRUD create. Best way to learn how to build a full stack app is to create essentially a database management tool. Okay, cool. Alright, alright, cool. I'm literally gonna write that down too. Essentially, database, a database management tool. You build a website that has a UI to support those four actions on a database name. All right, yeah. Let's. You know what? Let's do that then. As opposed to that, let's think of the projects based on this idea. By the way, this is the whole point I was making is just like hopefully because I have no idea what I'm doing, so hopefully somebody who has an idea what they're doing would have come in and told me, look, you're being an idiot. This is what we do. So so it's just learning these actions. So in fact, let's get rid of the to-do app. And so CRUD app, and then we can just kind of stick a theme on it while we're making it. So Rust, Rocket, Postgres, and then React on the front end. Um, Pick and choose your call. Cool. Um, Build a website that has UI to support those four functions. So CRUD app, and then we'll just create, read, update, delete, and then I also want to make note that it's completely restful. I don't want to. So rest CRUD, restful app. The only thing that I'm going to push really hard is to rely on technologies you already know. For now, use the familiarity of something like React to make that less of a challenge. The extra brain power can go towards learning the back end stuff. Yeah, so no, definitely. I definitely was going to use React. I was probably I was going to use React. Like all of the stuff in the front end technologies, I know. So I haven't used Redux in a while, but I've used it before. So just kind of getting back up to speed. And I recently used context, so I feel a lot more comfortable with context. And context is a lot easier to use. Um, so like even if I'm doing things that are bad, like at the very least I can actually come up with something fairly quickly. Um, so I guess in terms of Postgres, like the thing that I've used before is MySQL. Um, I still kind of want to learn Postgres. Yeah, I still want to learn Postgres. Like I know the syntax for Postgres and MySQL is a little bit different. Um, but outside of that, it'll be that. And then, in fact, yeah, because technically, what DB are you most comfortable with right now? I would say MySQL. I really haven't used database like database management system. Well, I would say MySQL or PHP MySQL. I think that's what you mean. In essence the MySQL ecosystem. Um, so yeah, you know what? Okay, so React MySQL would be stable stuff that you rely on, and then pick a backend language. So Node, so Node Express. So yeah, so I'm just going to explore more Node Express then. So yeah, like that's pretty much it. So let me move this. Yeah, Node Express is I know it a little bit. Like I've made a project with it. Actually, let me show you the project that I made. Well, no, I know it a little bit. Like I'm not going to say I'm the best in it, but I know it enough, and I have like an example project I can work with. Now I'm just like literally deferring to Aaron. If your goal is to improve, oh, then Node is fine. If your goal is to learn a new backend technology, then you would swap Node with whatever you're trying to learn. Um, what is my goal? That is actually a good point. So I keep saying learning backend engineering, but that's not really what you call it. That's not a very good um. That's not a very like a solid goal. Um, so I would say I I don't necessarily want to focus on a technology. Really, I want to focus on the skills. Um, right now, like I don't want to be necessarily. So I would say I just want to kind of explore backend engineering as a skill set, like how you think about certain problems, how do you approach them, you know what I mean, how you break those problems down, how you execute on your solutions and stuff like that. So let me put that in here. Let me start really thinking about what my goal is. Um, because backend engineering is such a broad statement, right? And let me move this here so that it's not completely covered. And then stick with what you know so you can focus on the whole engineering process. Yes, okay, cool. Alright, so then I will move this. Um, so I will stick with SQL. I really want to learn Postgres, but sad face. I will stick with this. Yeah, so in essence, this is start with a small and easy CRUD app and then expand it, add more tables, make the tables, let your project get progressively more complex. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, that's actually a much better idea because I was literally going to build a project and then build another project with it being more complex. So, yeah, um, um, cool. So then, and so this would be so. Let's Okay, so then what we can do here is instead of projects, or actually we can do that. We can do that here as well. So one would be this, and then we kind of expand on what we want to do. So, like for instance, A would be basic CRUD, um, RESTful, and then B, user authentication. I think user authentication would be reasonable. So like, uh, I can't wait until things slow down and we can chat more. I need to start streaming and then we can just learn together. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it. Like I'm thinking of streaming video games as well, and I was talking to a friend of mine about I was talking to a friend of mine about streaming video games together. Like, to be honest, this whole thing is less. I don't want to say it's less about me learning. It is still primarily about me learning, but this is really about like kind of building a community type deal that I can kind of rely on to not necessarily to get work done, but like to be quite honest, I'm when I'm at home, I don't really have too many people to talk to, and so a lot of the times my source of human interaction is the internet, and it's been fairly weak within the last couple of of, of months. So like the big draw for me is just to draw people here so that I have people to actually talk to. Cause I'm lonely. But anyways, so another thing I should add here is somebody gave the suggestion of making a website for tech is hiring. Because we have this goal in common. You know, you're really trying to go the direction of DevRel, and that's exactly what I want to be when I grow up. You know, it's funny. I never think about like it as a as DevRel. I just like literally the same guy who I want to stream with to play video games is just like you should make YouTube videos and stuff like that. And I was just like, yeah, that's cool. You know what I mean? That's fine. Like I never think about it as developer relations. You know, I don't even know if I would do it like officially full time. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even thinking about it. I guess I'm just focused on it. But yeah, please, sure. That'd be great. That definitely be great. You know, especially trying to stream. You're literally doing DevRel right now. You're learning in public. The only difference is you aren't plugging a project. You know. Well, technically, I am plugging a project. Me. You know. I'm the product. Buy me, please. Dear Lord, buy. I'm looking for a job, by the way. Okay, fair. Hire Chad. Oh man, Chad needs a job. Chad ain't got no money. Hashtag Chapo. Secure Chad's bank. Yo, everything I have is like 6 years old. Cause I'm poor. Hmm. Any distractions. Okay, yeah. So another project that somebody had suggested was building a website for tech is hiring, which is something that I am very interested in doing. Um, the idea. So let me put the idea. I guess I'll just write idea here. So the idea for this would um, would be like not needing the idea would be not needing to go on Twitter to to look at let me not say that. I still need to work on the goals. I'm gonna do that as well. Idea not needing to go on Twitter. So having a website that will list um, tech is hiring tweets. And so in essence, I can just be like, hey, you know, you can just go to this website and look it up as opposed to and it would still kind of leverage. Let me put that leverage Twitter as database data persistence persistent. Um, so this is another ideal. So I don't know when I'm going to start this. And the first thing that needs to be done is to buy domain name. Because I've had somebody be literally like, buy the domain name. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I'm just like, ooh, pretty butterfly. And I forget to buy the domain name. Oh, I got alert. No, that's cool. No problem. Tell them to write tests. And the conversation comes full circle. Oh, man. Oh, man. So buy domain name. Uh, um, return last what 20 um last 20 tweets from tech is hiring. I don't know. Decide on whether or information. So in essence, it would just be like a web page um, with maybe like links to specific things. Um, so just for right now, it just literally be a web page for tech is hiring, and maybe we'll expand more. Um, like the one I'm just gonna put this as ideal. So I don't know if I'm going to do this, but like ideal throw Pokeball. Oh right, no, actually when I say random things, it's actually being recorded. Great, that's not gonna work. Anyways, idea. Right. So I am going to have people be able to tweet using tech is um, using the tech is hiring bot. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Is something I've been thinking about, but mainly I just don't want people to kind of come in and just type crap, and then the bot is just outputting crap. So it's still an ideal, but I'm a lot more hesitant about it. Whereas I just kind of like want a web presence where you don't necessarily have to. So let me let me. This is not actually important, but without needing a Twitter um, profile, right? So the websites the website's ideal would be you can see tech is hiring stuff without having to go on Twitter. So like for you to see tech is hiring stuff right now, in essence, you would have to directly have the link to the hashtag, or you directly have to have the link to the bot. You'd have to have those links. Obviously, you can't post, which is why I have this idea here. Um, so, in essence, it would solve that problem of kind of being like a central place where you don't necessarily have to go to Twitter. Like the best way to not the best way, but easier way to do it would just be to have like a page that links to the bot, but it'd be just like extra clicks where I could literally just do a bit of Twitter API magic, which in essence is Twitter API magic for the other thing for the 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 node module that actually is doing the Twitter API magic, and then just displaying it on the page. Um, and so it just kind of like be giving a curated list. Um, I think that's fine, and I don't know how the SEO will work. Maybe the SEO, maybe just having like a web page that does this will kind of help SEO. Like what I've been trying to figure out what I want to do um with tech is hiring, because ultimately, so what I do now is actually look for jobs and I post it, and the reason why I'm doing that is so that the hashtag actually has value for people. So I'm doing that, and it's been kind of part of my routine. And it's simple routine, But ultimately, the goal is to get people to use the hashtag without me having to remind them every 5 minutes. Don't know how long that's gonna take, but that's kind of like the ideal. And so, what I am thinking of doing is reaching out to people and trying to, excuse me, reaching out to people and trying to be like, hey, excuse me, hey, this is what I am planning to. This is the thing. Could you use the hashtag when you're doing so and so forth? Like when you're posting a job, and I guess that's mainly for jobs. I don't know how I'm going to get more people to see the value of of using the hashtag when they're creating a job. That's actually a big issue right now. I don't know how to find out if it has value outside of people actually using the hashtag. That's like the only way I can there's any form of uh measurable value, you know. Like it feels great whenever I ask people if I can do the hashtag, and they're just like, "Hey man, this is a great idea, Keep doing good work." Like that's great. But like ultimately I want it to become much bigger than myself, and I yeah, I want it to become much bigger than myself. So, yeah. Yeah. So, oh, let me fix this. I am doing a crap job. Whatever. I was gonna make it look like that. Right. So, anyways, that's kind of like my idea right now. So let's work on the goal, and then if we'll see if all of this stuff kind of plays into the goal. So thank you, Aaron, by the way. So what is my goal? So I told Aaron, and I believe this is to explore and expand my skills in back end engineering. Is this a it's not really a concrete goal. It's kind of like a, what you call it. It's kind of like, let me go through the chat because we had mentioned this. I might have to even go back to the VOD to see. Where is it? It was bingo. What is your goals? Goals to improve. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. So, uh, the back. So to explore the back end engineering process to learn how to develop develop full stack apps. Is this concrete? To explore the back end engineering process to learn how to develop full stack apps. It's kind of concrete. So like the way I would know that I've accomplished my goal is that I have created full stack apps. I either have created full stack apps, or that I would be able to, and I could test that by just creating a full stack app for no reason, and then doing that successfully. Um, so um, let's let's add another thing here: success metrics. So being able to create a basic full stack app, plan and create, plan and be able to plan and create a basic full stack app. So success metrics, being able to plan and create a basic full stack app. What is the second thing? Uh, so plan and create a basic CRUD full stack RESTful CRUD app. Two. So I also want to let me move this back down just in case. Is there anybody in the chat? Oh wow, that's a fair amount of people. Oh, hi, fair amount of people. Good God, I'm surprised there's so many people in here. Yikes! Thank you everybody for showing up and listening to me ramble about God knows what. Oh man. All right. So success metrics. Um, God, I feel like that's like the only practical success metric that is measurable. Because it's literally a yes or no, right? So, can you do this? Okay, test how you do this by doing it, and if you can go from nothing to full stack app, then you can do this, and that's testable, right? What success metrics? What other success metrics would I want if and that follows along the explore backend engineering? Um, Well, so there's having multiple CRUD application, multiple. There's making a CRUD application, and then um there is making a CRUD application, and then there is um doesn't break after a day. That's not a bad success metric. Um, so well engineered. Um, plan to create well engineered. Well, doesn't break immediately after launch. Doesn't break after launch. Well engineered. How would I measure a well? Obviously, it doesn't break after launch, or doesn't break within the first 24 hours of launch. That's fine. That's actually fine. Which means, so then this would be three, and two would be because I can create it, but I don't have to launch it. Being able to launch um, a full logging looks good. Logging, yes. A full stack application. Being able to launch a full stack application on a cloud provider, on a cloud service. Um, so doesn't break. Logging, being able to do logging. Um, it's observable. Yes, logging is yes. So being able to do logging that is actually useful. Um, so in essence, so first being able to build an app. Secondly, being able to launch the app on a cloud service. Third, the app not breaking when you launch it, which kind of goes back to here to create a being able to plan and create a let's take out basic well engineered so that I can take out well engineered. Nope. Take out well engineered here. Uh, plan and create a well engineered full stack app. Um, so logging for that. Being able to do logging and it's actually useful. Bonus step: turn into a Docker container so it's portable. Okay. So launch as so let's put a B here. B. So two, and then we will go A and then B. Um, adding Docker to oh making app into or putting app into a so that it's portable. So that is portable. Um, yeah. So, hmm, you know what? I feel like this should be the fifth step. Let's make this a fifth step. Back, 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 back. So let's do that. Making the app portable is not more important than putting it on the web. So putting the da 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 da. Okay, cool. Success metrics. I think that is it. Like, there's other stuff that I can do, but in essence, all of this kind of stems around the idea of a basic CRUD application. Um, so here is just learning how to make a good, well engineered. So this would be like best practices and stuff like that. Um, best practices, stuff like that. You know, me literally repeating what I just said. Being able to launch it is important. Um, then it not breaking, that's measurable. When it is literally not breaking within within the first 24 hours of launch. Being able to do logging it actually and it actually being being useful, putting app into Docker container source portal. So this is pretty good. So like this is kind of like backend and a bit of DevOps. Should I? You know what? If we're going to launch it, we should invest in setting up a CI/CD pipeline. I think that would be simple enough. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Uh, Here, I'll put it after here. So this will be five. Setting up a basic CI/CD pipeline. Right. So launch, then logging, and in essence, this is like, yeah. So it's probably better. Well, regardless. So setting up basic CI/CD. And then putting it in a Docker container. I don't know. So like this seems like pretty good. So it's like we have some like we can learn the basics of full stack of full stack or backend engineering and full stack engineering. We learn the basics of full stack engineering. Um, Learn the basics of full stack engineering. Learn about launching an application on a cloud service, and then so making sure it doesn't break. Yeah, looks good to go. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. So right, let's see logging, so, and it actually be useful. Um, what is actually being useful? I don't want to determine that right now. Setting up basic CI/CD, putting app into Docker container so it's portable. Cool. So the technologies that we will use start with MySQL. Um, so I guess the question here would be, do I have a? Is there a PHP? Like, what other GUIs for MySQL is there other than PHP MySQL? I don't mind installing PHP and PHP MyAdmin. Um, just till Docker is live resumes working. Yo, I've been wanting to learn Docker for so long. Like, so in Jamaica we had, and we had have kind of it's weird, but we had a Docker meetup group. And I don't think I went to every single session, but I went to most of them and I learned a bit about Docker. I really like the idea of containerization and virtualization, specifically containerization at this point. But I really like the idea of it, and I've really been wanting to explore it. But like things came up, and either I just continued working, or like literally everything else came up, and so it's just like, I'll put it in the back burner. But yeah, this is a pretty good setup. Let me actually make this a damn six. This is a pretty good setup for right now. Let me actually save this so that I'll save it in documents for now. Uh, full search. Full stack. Back and engineering. Learning game plan. .txt. Cool. That was a big step for the streams I watch on GitHub. It was a big step for one of the streamers I watch on GitHub. It's Team Tau. Team Tau. I'll look into that in a bit. But let me go over here. Um, this is still not complete, by the way, so I still kind of have to in what order I'm going to do this in. It's for unifying Twitch APIs for text stream. Really? But it really needed to be portable. Okay, now I'm interested. Or now I'm interested. Now I'm really interested. So I'm going to. I still haven't explored this. It's on GitHub, right? So github.com. Twitch API unifier, making integrations into easier than ever. Table of contents. Tau is a single locally managed connection. So, God, I don't know why. I'm just looking. I'm just staring at this, and it's like speaking Greek. I'll have to read that later. I'll have to read that later because I don't want us to sit there and try to figure it out. Anyways, so this is what this is success metrics. These are the technologies. These are potential technologies, and ones. Let me actually put a thing here to say what the star means. Uh, my first primary choice. So starting with MySQL. React, Redux, context. I guess I should star React and context. Mm, yeah. So primary choice. Give me a second. Cool. All right. So the projects that we're going to do is basic CRUD, RESTful, user authentication. Um, so both of these kind of fill into this success metric, being able to create a well-engineered full stack RESTful CRUD app. Both of that fills into that metric. Launching is more like here, cloud, AWS Heroku. Do I want to put net? Nope. Adding too many things that I'm probably not even going to think about anyway. Yeah, so excuse me. Um, so that goes there, and then all this other stuff is secondary. So these are the main projects. Okay, how are we going to actually do this work? right? So how are we going to so I guess game plan one choose back end, choose database technology, which is MySQL. To let's go with learn or not choose install database technology install. So then I can get rid of this instead of choose. And supporting technologies. So so GUIs etc. Right. Okay. Learn the basics of CRUD by directly using basics of CRUD by for DB for deep for I'm gonna call it data layer for data layer by using I don't want to say SQL because MongoDB is a document database. Queries using database queries. Um, so this is am I? Let's see. Uh, by the way, I hope this isn't too boring. I know this isn't like well, it's kind of like a part of the whole idea that I have, which is in essence, um, which is in essence, um, what you call it, like planning out literally everything and just showing it on stream, like literally everything. You know what I mean? Like coming up with a plan, you know, executing on the plan, coming across problems, you know, fixing those problems, documenting the fix to those problems, you know, and it's just like the whole thing, right? So it's like plan, execution, follow up, you know, stuff like that. So, anyways, game plan. Starting with data layer. So I'll probably post this as well on Twitter just to get people's opinions. Um, technology. Let me see. I didn't actually success metrics. I didn't. Let me just put technologies here so that it's easy to read. Database technology. Okay, cool. Right. So in essence, I'll probably post the game plan on Twitter. Well, I'll probably post this whole thing on Twitter and see how people feel about it. Um, get lots of people's opinions. Well, get people's opinions, not lots of people's. Whatever. Get people's opinions. Um, right. So learn the basics of CRUD. Learn the basics of CRUD. Starting with database layer. Game plan for app creation because I don't want to focus too much on on launching the app. I want to focus more on creating it. At least with this kind of like game plan. So learn the basics of CRUD. for CRUD using data layer um, through the data layer using database queries. So, in essence, the idea is what the app would do, which obviously that's kind of what we're going to end up doing. What the app would do, I would literally manually do it through using just the database queries. Obviously, I'd have to construct the database queries somehow, either by writing the queries myself or by whatever. Like I think the ORM does that. I don't remember. But however I would come up with the queries. But in essence, as opposed to just having some technology do it myself, do it for me, um, because this is a learning exercise. Um, yeah, because this is a learning exercise, I would do this myself. Oh, quick thing. Um, so in the schedule, or so I've said what the schedule would be for a while. I've said what the schedule would be, which is 9 to 2. What I've been imagining is 9 to 11. Take a break from 11 to 12, and then from 10 to 2, from 12 to 2, come back and do some work. So I mentioned that now because it's 10:40 a.m. for me. Um, may not be 10:40 a.m. for you. It'll be 40 something, but may not be 10:40 a.m. for you. I am EST. Literally EST, not in daylight savings time or anything, because I'm in Jamaica. Um, so more or less, point I'm saying is in 20 minutes I'm gonna take a break. I don't know what the break will look like. It might be just me going to get food, and I'll just kind of leave the stream on a BRB type thing, or it might be like a super long stretch break where I talk crap, or I go, you know, do something that's also entertaining people as well. I don't know exactly. Like, I kind of want to get food. Cause when did I eat breakfast? Anyways, but I just wanted to, because that's kind of coming up. I just wanted to warn the viewers that are here what is going to happen within the next 19 minutes. Um, So, yep. I just want to bring that to make people aware. So I'm gonna continue with this. So I don't know how. Anyways, this is kind of like the idea. Um, I don't know if I want to build a front end after this or a back end. Um, I probably should actually build a back end first. So after learning the basics, and then I'll probably break these down a little bit more. This is kind of like the overview. So like, and it'll kind of give me an idea of what maybe the basics would be. So, like for instance, how would I should also, where's CRUD? Because I don't think I defined what CRUD is. Yep, I did not define what CRUD is up here. I'm just gonna keep putting this here. So I'm just gonna keep putting it in the document. So in essence, uh, how do I add a new table? How do I read from the table and display it? Like read is probably going to be the most elaborate thing because it's like how do you get different reads? Um, so like a thing here would probably be design, like table design. I've done normalization before. Um, I've done normalization before, so that shouldn't be too hard. But I'm probably going to, but I probably need a refresher. Pretty much, I'll probably start with table design, with just like database design, um, before, and the more elaborate your database design is, the harder. To be the honest, to be the harder all of these things are. But because read is not just one action, it's like read and how do you want how do you want the data? You know what I mean? It's like, do you want all of the data? Do you want the data based on something? If you have multiple tables, how are you going to pull all the tables to kind of spit out one query? Um, like, so read is a little bit elaborate. Like update, I'm not sure how update and delete would work. Like, either way, the whole point is this is probably have some database. Let me actually let me actually put that in here as a hard skill to learn. So learn the basics of database design. Welcome back, Aaron. I'm working on. So in essence, the whole first part of this document kind of defines the the space that we're living in, kind of defines the borders of this entire thing. And then this is literally how we plan to explore that space starting. That's what I'm working on now. So it's like learn the basics of database design. Yeah, I mean, I find it so. I get analysis paralysis a lot. Um, I get it a lot. Like, for me, if I don't have something very well defined, um, I spend a lot of time. Did I ever share the document I wrote for Project Not? Yeah, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. It was very elaborate. I wrote this. I wrote similar things. I have a bunch of documents. Like, um, I laugh a lot. No, it's cool. No, but I have a bunch of documents. Like, I've rewritten documents. Like, if I showed you my Google Drive, it'll just be filled with a bunch of things. Like I just write documents for everything, and it kind of helps me. It helps me process things because it's like I don't have to think about, because I'm doing all the thinking right now, right? Like, so whenever something comes up and it like breaks the plan, right? I already have like a path and I know how to make it diverge, as opposed to if I was just winging it. In essence, I feel like I would have to rethink the whole scenario again because I don't have a defined path. So it's like, this is the happy path. Oh, something came and broke the happy path. Let me build around the thing so that I can get back onto the happy path type deal. You know what I mean? It just kind of helps me focus. You know what I mean? So, like for instance, install database technology. The installation could be a whole fucking a whole could be a whole session. You know what I mean? I've had that issue where I was trying to install something. In fact, for the what you call it, for the what is the stupid thing called? I do this all the time. For the god dang sang of a bam. But for the take home project, I actually had a problem installing, not create React app. I was having a problem installing Jest for whatever stupid reason. If we I wonder if we don't overcomplicate our professional development plans. um Me, not. I don't know. To be honest, I'd literally have to have somebody tell me if I'm overcomplicating things, because like for instance, when I play in Street Fighter, I have a very elaborate game plan, and just like my experience is very kind of like chiseled, very like a very precise kind of version of that experience. And because of that, it's very easy for me to quickly think about like how to change things because I make plans with the assumption that something's going to destroy them or something's going to break them, and so I'm really good at making adjustments. Really, this comes from my fighting game background, or esports background, whatever you want to call it. But I'm really good at making adjustments to my plan, and so yeah, they're very elaborate, but they're very elaborate so that they're so well defined that when something ultimately comes to 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 to, to change things. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it depends. It really depends on what is being done. Like how to spend $5, and then it's just like, oh, maybe I should get up and walk to the car, and I'm like, okay, that's stupid, you know what I mean? How to spend $1,000? How to spend $10,000? How to spend $100,000? Like even if the plan is 10 pages long, it may not necessarily be overcomplicated. You know what I mean? And it really depends on how you think about things, right? So like the way I think about things, the way I think about things is like I think about the goal that I want to achieve, and then I think about the most fundamental thing that I have. Like for instance, I have me, I have my skill set. You know what I mean? What tools, resources do I have? Right? And then, like I'll write like a basic game plan or basic thing to get to the goal. You know what I mean? And it's like I feel like overcomplicating things. Like for instance, we'll go back to the roadmap. Um, we'll go back to the roadmap. This is potentially overcomplicating things because you don't actually necessarily need to know all of this stuff to produce a backend application, to just produce an API. You don't need to know all of this stuff. Like if you've never written code in your life and you if you've never written code in your life and you go on YouTube and it's like I'm going to learn backend engineering and you literally YouTube a tutorial like these three things like internet basic front end knowledge OS and general knowledge will probably not come up, you know what I mean? Like I would define overcomplication as you write a game plan and the game plan keeps you from actually getting anything done. You cannot move forward, right? So even if something is elaborate, if you can take the thing and you can move with it, as a person, and maybe overcomplication also is what you call it is precise to people. Precise. I don't have a better word for it, but overcomplication is really towards people. It's subjective, right? So like something may be very overcomplicated for me, or may not be overcomplicated for me, but it may be overcomplicated for you, right? Um, like it's subjective. Yeah, this roadmap isn't overcomplicated so much as it plans too far ahead. We have got to stop planning so far ahead like this. It overwhelms us. But that's the point I'm making though. I think it's overcomplicated in that sense where it views so far into the future and you can't even kind of grasp like something concrete enough that you can do in a couple of hours or a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Even like humans are really really bad at planning for the future, so we have to build a bunch of systems to help us do it. You know what I mean? Like this system in my opinion doesn't necessarily do that job very well, which is why I say it's an excellent checklist. So it's like, say for instance, I am learning backend engineering. I can come and go through this and see, oh, what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? Okay, I don't know all of this stuff. Maybe I should go back and learn this stuff. But as like an actual lesson plan, it's an awful lesson plan. You know what I mean? Or I don't want to say it's an awful lesson plan. It's not a great lesson plan. You know what I mean? Because it you can't. you can't. It's really hard to think about it in 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 small chunks or in executable chunks, or in chunks that works well for people. It's really difficult, But as literally this is everything that exists in backend engineering, it's excellent for that. To move Git source right up to after OS and general knowledge. I don't want to see a single line of code until someone write Git in here. I mean, yes, and especially since Git init and committing and stuff is fairly simple. Yes. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, definitely, I would definitely say after learning a language, I would definitely. Well, I guess it's right here. So I guess we kind of differ in opinions there. Um, I mean, it's not even that far, so I wouldn't even be too salty about it. But I can see your point, where it's just like, like, yo, if you can't do, why can't I? If you can't do version control, then I don't want to see any of your code. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the way I view overcomplication is you actually can't get anywhere with the plan that you wrote. Either it requires too much things happening. It requires maybe the happy path. If you cannot execute on the plan, then the plan is useless. And is maybe my view of overcomplication is not actually overcomplication. It's just, can you execute on the plan? You know, then, like, if you can't execute on the plan, if you yourself, regular person, can execute on the plan, then it's useless, regardless of if it's overcomplicated or undercomplicated. That's my opinion. Okay, like Internet Basics DNS, source control, learn language, and then the Internet Basics. Let me go back. Internet Basics, um, 2 OS knowledge, 3 source control, 4 learn a language, yeah, 5 source control, again, the source control part 2, yeah, and then 6 the rest of the map. Well, what I mean is that the soft skill of recognizing quickly whether or not yeah, that I agree with. That would be, yeah, recognizing if the plan is executable by you. Um, yes, I definitely agree. That's a soft skill. Um, what did I want to say? I wanted to say something. I don't remember what I wanted to say. Um, like, the thing that I disagree with this is that, especially for new people, like, we have this in fighting game. We have this problem in fighting games. Like, there's a lot to learn, but ultimately the thing that we should do is just try to keep people staying with the thing, because like fighting games are extremely hard, right? So like, the biggest problem is just getting people to stay, right? And I think, like, no matter what happens, the thing that you really should focus on is something that they can do that will make them happy or interested. Like I guess using let me stick with the coding example. Like, the coding example, Hello World is always great. Like, you walk into a coding class, just just do Hello World. It's like, yo, I can display something on the screen, and then they just start typing bullshit. Like, that's interesting. That keeps people engaged. And so, like, because this is ultimately hard, I feel like the initial goal of teaching somebody is not actually teaching them, but keeping them engaged enough for them to want to engage with the thing. Um, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, to keep them engaged with the thing long enough to have them do work on their own. You know what I mean? And then you teach them, like, I don't want to say the boring stuff, because, like, no matter what happens, the boring stuff, like, the theory is the boring stuff. Like, for me, it's not that boring because I like theory, but I'm unique in that sense, or I'm more unique in that sense. So like it's just about keeping them engaged and keeping them wanting to do stuff. You know what I mean? Like keeping them like if they come across a problem that they need theory to solve, they will go out of their way to go learn the theory because they're still interested. You know what I mean? But if you bombard them with theory initially, they have no reason to stay. Um, I saw a Twitter convo where someone asked what I should learn to be X, Y, and Z. Whatever will make you want to do it more. Exactly. Completely agree. Completely agree with the statement. Whatever that will make you want to do it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like that is the biggest problem. That's like for any hard skill, the problem is not actually learning the skill. The problem is actually being willing to go through this, to go through to actually do the work in the first place. You know what I mean? That shit is hard. You know, which is why people make elaborate goals. I mean, I am one of those people. I am people, right? Make elaborate goals, and then they make elaborate ways of getting through goals that has nothing to do with just rewarding them for doing the work, and then you know it doesn't reward them for doing the work, and then maybe 3 months down the line they're like, I fucking can't stand this shit, and you know what I mean, they leave. You know, like it's really about, and it's the funny thing too, it makes learning so much simpler because literally the criteria is what makes this fun, and literally you can just do that for a year or even years. What makes this fun for me, you know? And it's like, oh, if you just know enough about what makes things fun for you, you can just like breeze through anything. You know what I mean? What makes this fun for me? Does the challenge make it fun? Does typing on the keyboard make it fun? Like for instance, I like coding because I actually like typing on the keyboard. Like it's therapeutic for me as a physical activity. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why I like coding, cause I just like moving my fingers. Like shit, I like moving my fingers. That's why I play video games. I like moving my fingers. You know, that's therapeutic. I feel good. Shit, I'm thinking about it right now, and I feel good about it. You know what I mean? What makes the thing fun for you? And that's my rant. uh, long, elaborate rant. Anyways, that's a bunch of silly things that I talked about. Okay, so it's 11 now. I kind of want to stick to this because I want to also come back at 12. So I want to take a break. I should probably have a I'm going to literally make this on stream, like, and it's going to be ghetto as hell. Taking a break. It's going to be super ghetto. Is it actually? Oh yeah. So I turned off general audio. Sorry, I turned off general audio. Let me put it on webcam. I turned off general audio. I just Yeah, I turned off general audio. So hold on. Let me put the. Give me a second. So I'm gonna put audio on this thing so that you can actually hear me while I'm working on it. Okay, so and you don't want to be on a break for an hour. You could just stop streaming and come back. And um, so that's something I've been thinking about. Like, I was thinking about like not streaming. Um, so there's two things, right? If I stop streaming, all the viewers that are here, even if they're lurking, they leave, right? And then when I come back, I would have to say, "Hey, I'm coming back," right? As opposed to if I just leave the stream on, the people who are here they don't leave, and then I'll just come back, right? Like I don't necessarily know how that works. I don't know which one I want to do because to be quite honest, it makes more sense to just turn the stream off. But like views and average viewers and trying to get your views back. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Uh, mm, I don't want to turn off the stream. I'm still making this. Be right back anyway. I've already started. Let's see. I am not grown. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I am 5 years old. I'll probably do both. I'll probably do that next week. Actually, I'll probably do both next week. And see how it affects my or like when I'm a little bit more established, I'll probably do. God, then I won't be able to have that answer for the one. Ah! Man, I had a whole perfect game plan, and Aaron is just like, "Why don't you do this?" It just spoiled everything. I want to think about it. Oh man, be some collaborative tech chatting. The second, and probably how many we'll be setting up Twitch fun stuff. Yeah, yeah. Like I want to focus, and I'm literally going to. Did I finish making this? Yeah, I finished making this. But yeah, uh, oh, excuse me. I just want to focus, kind of like so. I read a book recently, and pretty much one of the things that they talk about is just doing shit. And I'm a planner type person. Oh, you should definitely look into that toe thing then. Ah, yeah. Uh, I'm a, oh right. I don't know if you were here. There was a thing about I think I can post links actually because I'm God in um this room, so I should be able to post links. Ha, yes. So there's this thing. I'm in the Discord with folks working on. Oh, cool! I didn't even know that. Cool. I did not know that at all. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go get food. I'm going to ignore Aaron, and I'm going to leave the stream on while I go get food. I'll probably just go eat really quick, come back, and then just kind of fuck around. Ignore me. I'm gonna go. Probably eat food, come back, and fuck around until 12 o'clock. And then we can actually get into to either finishing up this thing. Um, hopefully, I would like to get into actually because my intention was literally to be like write a quick thing and then start getting into DB stuff, but planning takes a while. So I hope to like at least start installing things and kind of getting my dev environment set up a little bit. And at least be able to end the stream on that. Anyways, I am going to cut the mic and then leave this on break. Yeah, I'm moving it. Now I'm gonna go check on what you call it. I'm gonna go check on uh what you call it, Twitch, to see if it's actually up there, because I have no confidence in myself. Yep, it's up there. All right, cool. So I will be right back. Yeah, and there goes the mic. Goodbye, Mike. Yes, I want to remove it. Hooray! I have returned. Okay. So as you may realize, it's not been an hour. It's been significantly less than that. Well, it's been 20 minutes. Not that significant, but excuse me. Yeah, I ate the meal. I eat fast, as I've been told. I ate rice and peas and chicken. Um, yeah, I ate rice and peas and chicken. Um, I didn't eat. There wasn't like vegetables or anything, but yeah. Well, thanks, mom. Hmm. But yes, I'm back. But literally as I was eating, I was thinking about what the break time thing should do because I'm still kind of thinking about what Aaron said. My biggest concern. So, if nothing else, have I what I've learned from these last 2 hours is that yeah, you know what I'm surprised at? I'm surprised that I don't choke, you know? Like, I feel like I should choke more often, but I don't. Like, it's not that it doesn't happen, but it happens so rarely, you know? I don't know. I don't know. People tell me I eat really quickly. I don't even think about it. I just eat, you know? Anyways, so what I've thought about is, so what I've learned is just thinking aloud and talking is actually fairly stressful. Not stressful. Stressful is not the right word, but it's 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 stress. You know what? I'm going to go with stressful, even though it's not the right word. Stressful on the brain. It's tiring. That's probably a bit of damn word. It's tiring. It's a tiring experience. So I'm probably the next time I do this, I'm probably going to turn the stream off, or maybe I will adjust the schedule so that instead of streaming for 4 hours, or stream for three, or so effectively right now, I'm going to be streaming for 5 hours. Um, I was hoping to have breaks in between. What I could also do is have smaller breaks. Because like so my intention for this whole thing was to stream for an hour, then have a break, and it's more like a get up and walk around and be stupid. I was thinking about this while you were gone. If you're aiming for Twitch affiliate status, then streaming through your break might be wise while you're a small streamer. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Uh, I guess I am. Like, I have absolutely no plan for my stream other than to actually code. Like, literally the only plan that I have for my stream is to code, get stuff done while coding, and actually just have people to talk to. That is literally my only plan. Like, literally everything else, like, oh, getting paid, like getting subs, or anything like that, I won't say hasn't crossed my mind, but is most definitely not the primary goal. The only reason why I'm even remotely thinking about Twitch affiliation is because they sent me an email and I like scores. Like it sent me an email and it's just like, oh, this is your average viewer count, and I was like, screw it. I guess I'm going to go try and be a Twitch affiliate now because I want those numbers to get bigger. That's literally it. That's it. I was not thinking about it at all. They like it when you do X hours of stream per week and an average number of viewers in chat. Requirements for affiliate: at least 500 total minutes of streaming in the last 30 days, at least 7 unique broadcast days in the last 30 days, an average of 30 concurrent viewers or more over the last 30 days, at least 50 followers. I think, well, so I don't know about the number of hours because they said 8 hours. Um, over, and they never say it over. They never said over a 30-day period. They never say average, but they may just be on making it less complicated. Um, average of three concurrent. Is it three? Is it 3 or 30? Cause I can actually go check the mail right now. Cause I'm pretty sure it's. Oh snap! I actually have my own stream open. Let me see. Um, let me go check. Da, 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 da. Twitch, your stream summary. Requirements: reach 50 followers. Um. Oh wow! They actually say it's an average of 3 viewers. Literally in this email that I got like on Tuesday, at the end of Tuesday. Whatever, you know. This is how I don't want to say this is how little I care because that's not true, but I'm whatever about it. I'm absolutely whatever about it. Um, I'll probably figure out the break thing. I'll probably just break up the break, break up the break, break up the break. But yeah, I'll probably break up the break. I'm going to try my best not to laugh as I say that, but I'll probably break up the break, um, so that I can actually survive 5 hours or 4 hours or however long I decide to do this. I'll probably break up the breaks. Back to lurking. Stop! Don't leave me, Aaron! All right, but I'll probably break up the breaks so that I can just kind of stream right through for 5 hours. I don't know. I'll think about it. I have kind of ideas and strategies on how to do that, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't want to say it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I'll figure it out. I just want to kind of like keep fresh, you know, get up, walk, like I like literally when I got up from here after the first 2 hours, like I was just like, damn, I'm tired, man. Like I'm tired from sitting. You know what I mean? So I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I just hope that people are interested in this. But yeah, like Uh, so I'll figure out the break thing. I'll figure out how I'm going to do that. I guess I should focus on being a Twitch affiliate because then at least I can try to somewhat. I don't want to say recoup money. Probably try to make. I don't know. I don't know. I literally have no game plan. I am just doing this because it's fun. I like talking, and I have a goal that I want to accomplish, and I might as well do that um, while having people make look at me and make fun of me. Self-deprecating jokes all day, every day. Oh, well, since I'm here, and I'm not focusing too much, I guess I should talk about my situation and why I'm doing this. So a few times. I mentioned a few times that um, I'm a front end engineer doing back end engineering. Shut up, phone. I'm I'm a front end engineer and I want to learn back end engineering. I've done that. Um, I'm doing this mainly for me. Mainly because I'm really interested in back end engineering. Like I just like it. Like I've been wanting to do it for a while, and to be honest, I my kind of view of learning coding was always through mentorship, mainly because of the same problem that the back end roadmap presents, is that there's so much stuff to learn, and learning things doesn't actually doesn't isn't it's not a one to one. You don't get value. You don't necessarily generate value that you can leverage immediately. Like that was one of the concerns that I had about the roadmap is that you you start learning certain things, but you still can't like deliver anything. You know what I mean? And to be honest, like, so I'm unemployed. Um, I ain't got no job. Mentioned this earlier, but I ain't got no job. So a lot of this is actually my attempt of finding employment while increasing my, just kind of making myself more visible, and finding employment. I'm actually legitimately interested in backend engineering, but the streaming thing and so on and so forth is an attempt to be more visible. Um, so, and like the added bonus is like I haven't been able to talk to a lot of developers in like a kind of regular fashion. So even just the stream chat, which it's surprisingly effective. How how you can just communicate with people when at least one of you is talking with your voice. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of asynchronous communication. Like I kind of like responses immediately. Which aspects of backend fascinate me? Um, so how do I answer? Like, I actually kind of consider myself a hardware guy. I don't know. I'm not. I don't think I have the skill set for it. But like I used to build computers. Not often, but I would build computers. Like that's a hobby of mine. That's a hobby that I would like to take back up. When I can actually afford it. Which is like twice as much. Like so, and I mean, building computers is significantly simpler. But like, just learning about like components and stuff like that. Learning about the CPU, RAM, learning about like how the motherboard. So I just like how computers work, right? And then kind of so I've been coding for a while. Um, like honestly, I thought that my early career would legitimately have been delivering desktop applications when they were in fashion. I mean, not to say that they're not in fashion. I'm clearly using a desktop application to even do this, but um, it doesn't pay like. But it doesn't pay like. I probably shouldn't say this on stream. The money doesn't matter to me all that much. I have a lot of background that I have to go through, so I probably should use the time to do that. Where was I? Oh yeah, so I expected to do desktop applications. Let me I guess finish my. I probably should spend a whole video, like a whole thing, talking about my background because I guess it's fairly extensive. It's almost surprising to me how extensive it is because I've never thought about it in like a whole thing. But anyways, I thought I was going to be delivering desktop applications, and to be quite honest, I wasn't necessarily the big fan of the web. Not necessarily. I didn't like front end engineering for the longest time because I would write code and it would be wrong, but I would not know how to is be is build automation. Is that build automation? Um, I'm actually interested in that kind of stuff. I'm actually interested in that kind of stuff. Like to be honest, I'm fascinated by engineering in general. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just fascinated. I just love this work. Like, I would and technically am doing this work without being paid. Like I just love this work. I love talking to people about different things. I just oh shit, I just realized that they're taking down the fucking so easily distracted. Building automation, building like so. Is that like? All right, could you elaborate a little bit more on that, and I'll just continue until you post. Uh, so yeah, like I didn't like the front end for a while. One of the reasons why I like the front end now is honestly because of React. Like, or I would say because of front end frameworks, but the first one I used was React, so I kind of like it a little bit more. Um, it's an industry that has a serious skills gap, but from what I've heard, it's even worse in the islands building automation. IT definitely in Jamaica has a long way to go. Uh, has a bit of a way to go. Um, like um we have a tech scene here, but it's not elaborate. And I think one of the biggest problems with the tech scene in Jamaica is that it's so hard to find. Like when I first moved back here, because I grew up here. When I first moved back here, it took me a year and a half of to find a tech scene. And what ultimately made me find it is that somebody made a website for tech events, finally, and um, and I had just happened to do a Google search. It's having and lighting controls. It's a lot like home automation, but a commercial industry scale. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, I don't think we really have that here. We kind of have. I remember there was a job like that that somebody approached me for. I guess yeah. I wasn't even that. I wasn't really that interested in it. I'm not sure how it worked. Well, I don't remember. I think it was. I might not necessarily be getting this whole thing right, but I think it was um what is it? Like installing like television boxes. Oh, it would be considered a skill trait. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I don't know. I probably, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But yeah, like the thing was, what was it? I think it was installing like TV boxes and supplying like cable and stuff like that, and then automating, updating them, or something like that. Yeah, it was something it wasn't all that interested in, so I don't remember it at all. Oh, give me give me a second. But yeah. So I guess back to my background. Oh, and the at symbol. The curly A, the A with the tail. All right. Anyways, yeah. So, um, I've always just been fascinated with like, yeah. I think I fixated on your comment of being a hardware guy. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know. Like, I just like tech. Like, I like learning about all bunch of stuff. Like that's why I say I'm kind of a hardware guy. I spent like a long time like learning about that from a hobbyist perspective. Like I've never done soldering, like I know a little bit about circuit boards, but not too much. Like a lot of the times, like when I think about myself as a hardware guy, I just think of myself as somebody that can take like pre-built components and put them together for different use cases, right? Like that's kind of me viewing myself as a hardware guy, and then talking about specific hardware technology, like SATA, like SATA P PCIe, the different versions of PCIe. Like there was something that I had read a couple of years back about the idea of of layer putting RAM on top of each other. Like so like um so instead of having RAM spread out horizontally, it would be stacked vertically, and so it was easier for electrons to go between them quickly. Um, but it produced more heat. One, you can stack more RAM in a specific in a specific place on in wherever you're placing it, but it generates more heat. And it's I don't know, whatever. Um, but that is stuff like that fascinates me. Like to be honest, I would kind of consider myself as super generalist because like if you were to mention something that's interesting, I would literally just sit there and listen to you talk about it for hours. Do my little research on it. May not necessarily play around with it. Anyways, I should go back to my background. Like, okay, so I'm clearly easily distractible, but um, so going back to backend engineering, I kind of more recently became more and more interested in the web, as a delivery mechanism for software, and it's been really fascinating. Um, so I'm kind of somewhat all. I don't want to. I guess I'm pretty all in on web development at the moment. Um, yeah, this is a lot of sensors and actuators, a lot of network layout, a lot of electronics, a lot of visual/line code programming, and a little bit of front end ish stuff. Yeah, I think the job that approached me was similar. Not so much the sensors, but it was a lot more about like network topography. Um, I don't think we really handled electronics. It was just like we got a box and we had to do like low level code for it. I say this we as if I actually did it. Um, Low level code, and there was some networking aspect. Though I think it was just over the internet, and I don't remember. I don't remember. I just remember that it wasn't something I was interested in. I'm more like into web dev right now. That's where I want my career to go. Um, right now, honestly. It doesn't mean I'm not interested. I just wouldn't. I'm gonna let you. Okay, Kanye. I'm gonna let you finish. Uh, um, like I'm more the web dev type thing right now. To be honest, I don't even really know where my career would go. Like a lot of my decisions for working always kind of came down to I just wanted to explore tech. Like there's like a bit of an end goal that I kind of have where a bit of an end goal that I kind of have is just kind of being in a position where I would just kind of explore technical topics. I guess that's DevRel in some sense. I just had no idea how to describe it, but I don't know. I don't know. Like I probably should sit down and really think about what my career is, what I want my career to be. Like there's so much that I want to do. There's just so much that I want to do. Like there's so much I'm interested in, and I know I don't have enough time to do all of it. Or at the very least, I don't have enough knowledge to be able to do all of it in some passing sense. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I don't know. Either way, like, kind of the reason why I like backend engineering is I just like learning about computers, and I don't know. I don't know. It's just something that I've been interested in. Maybe I'm more interested in the phrase than the skill at this point because I've literally said backend engineering that very precise statement quite often, even in the stream alone. I've literally used that statement very specifically, you know, like as a blanket statement, and it's like it's very easy to just say the words and the meaning goes away. So, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm hoping to learn this stuff. Like, this is also like there is also like the money aspect. Well, you know what? Let me not pretend that I know what I'm talking about. Um, Either way, I'm doing all of this because I want to learn backend engineering. I think it's fun. The few times I've done it, I've enjoyed it. Um, yeah, the few times I've done it, I've enjoyed it. Uh, yeah, yeah, that's about it. Like I can't think of anything else. I just like it, you know. Like I guess my my thought process hasn't. I haven't had a long career like plan, you know. And it's mostly because I don't know which direction I should be going, like which direction I should be going and why. You know what I mean? And it's like I tried to kind of figure that out, but I can't even. Like I have a problem of trying to even solve the the getting a job problem, and I feel like I've focused so much on that problem that it's become so hard to kind of see into the future. You know, like, oh, where can I go with the skills and knowledge that I have? You know, where it's just like this one thing that I feel like is important. I can't even achieve this one goal. But you know, I don't even want to say. Well, I don't know. Like I don't have direction. I'm this whole process is in me searching for direction while enjoying myself, and meeting people and being cool with people. So, um, here's to finding direction. You know, if nothing else. Hopefully, hopefully after some extended period of this work, you know, I have a better idea of where I'm going. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I guess until that happens, I'm kind of forced to live closer in the moment, right? But it's philosophical discussion. Anyways, um, it's coming up to 12. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. It's coming up to 12, so like once it hits 12, because I don't know, I'm a time stickler weirdo. Once it comes to 12, I'll kind of get back to work. Um, so I guess we should talk about a little bit of what we're going to do moving forward for the rest of this session. Um, so I I want to finish up the game plan that I have here, which shouldn't take too long. Like it's really about focusing on the CRUD application. So what we have right now, I'm just going to look at it, but I'm not going to put it on stream. What we have right now is, install the database technology and whatever and other supporting technologies. Learn the basics of database design. So in essence, like we'll probably play around with like some ideas, like some type of database normalization, and it's very, very, very basic, right? So in essence, just setting up tables, like maybe what they would do. The thing is, I don't want to stick too much into. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to stick too much into it. Um, I don't want to stick too much into it there because it's like a lot can happen in database design, or a lot can you can there could be a lot of things for in database design, and that could be like a whole couple of months or a couple of weeks, and I don't want to just sit there and be doing that. Like ultimately the goal is to be able to produce a full stack application that's launchable, and I don't want to over focus on on one thing, like kind of have to keep it broad for now. um so like once we kind of get to that point, I guess we'll kind of figure it out um from there. Maybe I'll probably read some articles before the stream of when I do that, and then um we'll move on from there. Um, excuse me. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's really disgusting. Sorry. Move on from there. Uh, man. Um, so the next thing is learning the basics of CRUD. So this would be doing like create, read, update, and delete using database queries. So like it just literally be using the queries to do these jobs, and it's just about understanding how the queries work. Um, I guess in terms of database design, I would like to make like a pretty normalized database setup, like table setup or whatever would it be, database schema, um, and figure out how you would do create and update and delete for a schema like that. Um, because a lot of the times when I was when I was learning initially, this was years ago. When I was learning initially, the schema that we built was literally one table with every attribute we wanted. You know what I mean? So we didn't have like multiple tables and stuff like that. And obviously that kind of leads to duplicate data. So I would like to build something that is more normalized, and then play around with getting data in and out of that. That's something, you know. Uh, let me actually update that really quickly. It's almost 12. Uh, oh wow. Getting data in and out of the getting data in and out of the data layer and manipulating it. So that's kind of the idea. Like this is again from a suggestion from a friend, where it's like you start with a database and you just figure out how to get things in and out of the database, and then you start using other things to do that job for you. And yeah, so that's kind of the idea. Those are the only three things I have right now. Um, I'm the next thing I'm thinking of doing is actually doing that with a backend technology, with creating APIs, and specifically making sure that the API is RESTful. Um, just to have that knowledge, which would mean having to learn what RESTful is like, or the what 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 um what is it? Um, what constitutes a RESTful application? Because like from you have REST is like the technology, but a RESTful application is like an application with like specific constraints. If they don't have, this is from my understanding, if they don't have these specific constraints, then it's not considered RESTful. It's considered just a REST application or a REST API. So then there's that, and then probably delivering, just probably making a quick front end, um, and then from there we would just take the application and keep building on it. So like for instance, oh, you can't see. Let me just change this so that. Let me just change this so that. Oh, this is my thing. Uh, I will go back to here. That was not what I wanted to do. What is? Oh, that's the stream chat. Yeah. So like for instance here, it's basic CRUD RESTful app. I forgot to put app. CRUD RESTful app. And then maybe adding user authentication to the app, and then probably come up with something more interesting. Or probably launching the app at this point. After doing all of that, then it's just like focus on launching, focus on getting it onto a cloud service, making sure it doesn't break, you know, doing some form of login, and maybe setting up a CI/CD pipeline, and putting the app in a Docker container, and then I would say that would be a good idea, like good basic knowledge, and then we can kind of expand from there. This will probably be a couple of weeks, especially if I'm streaming only 2 days a week. This will probably be a couple of weeks. I cannot say I won't say if I won't do this work, some of this work on my own, because all this seems interesting. I can't say that. So, um, I don't know. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Like right now, I'm not. I don't want to be overly committed to anything. Anyways, it's 12. Let's continue working on it. It's 12 my time. It's let's continue working on this. So I think no, I think after going through this stuff, we will we would have had like a good kind of understanding of the database technology. We, I say we as if I'm not the only. Yeah, it'd be a good understanding of the database technology, and so I think this is where we can kind of get into. I keep saying we, where it can get into kind of the basics of API design. And it will be API design, and it will be a RESTful CRUD app. So I guess this is where it's like, MV, I almost said MVP, MVC, like that design pattern, like how, like, am I going to, maybe we could, actually, let me try that. Let me just put some stuff here. You know, maybe building the database queries myself, and then B, um, using a technology or using a package, a third party package of some sort to to query the databases. Um, this is supposed to be kind of exploratory, so it's just kind of like the basics. I have actually let's go look at that. Hopefully I can get all of this kind of sorted out by one, and at the very least we can spend an hour installing MySQL and all that. So let's see, GitHub ChadRStewart that'll work. Right. So I have a app here. No, no, that's not the. Where's it? Here it is. So I started this with a friend a year ago. It's coming up to a year ago, probably a year ago now, actually. So the idea was that his name is Roger. He teaches people how to do this work. Like he's still fairly young in the in coding himself, or in professional development himself, but he tutors, or is it tutors, or I don't remember what he does, but he so I approached him and I was just, hey, I'm thinking of learning Node, and he was just like, okay, learn to do a simple to do app. And so um and somebody else showed interest, that was Sarah from Virtual Coffee. She showed interest as well, and so in essence what we ended up doing was just kind of building out this application. um and this is a very, very, very basic API. So when I end up kind of going to do API design, I'm probably just going to literally not necessarily leverage this application, but just kind of go through it and see what I did. Um, because I think it's pretty good. Like, I think it's not bad. So let's see. So server, this is where it starts. And this is like, okay, it's setting up the servers, and then I used MongoDB in this case because I had some SQL experience, and I felt like learning NoSQL was a good idea. What is this? What is this stupid thing called? It's the MERN stack. Um, that I was learning. Except there's no R. There's no R in this because how yeah, because we used EGS for the view engine, which I would not have remembered it said it was a view engine if I did not see the statement here. Um, so right, man, I'm getting a headache. Yeah, so this is the basic setup for it. And initially, when I wrote it, we literally wrote everything in this file, right? We didn't have controllers or anything because honestly, this is like literally the first time I set up a server, right? I'm not even necessarily on my own. Um, there was some stuff here, and then we over time we we worked on it, and then we cleaned stuff up, we got stuff out and stuff like that. So where is this? I'm so glad I'm so glad that there are comments here because I would have no idea what any of these things are. So initialize routers. So there are just two routes. Index, which I believe is just like the home page, and then to-dos, which is the routes to do obviously the route to do all the to-dos and everything that the to-dos do. Um, request data type. This was me trying to mess around with JSON, or this. Well, this is how I think this is how you do JSON. I don't remember. Use routers. Oh, I didn't even know you had to set up use routers. You see, I don't remember any of this stuff. And then static assets. Oh, right, yeah, here. And then this is actually um, opening the port and so on and so forth. Yeah, so views, so models. This is how we interact. Yeah, we use Mongoose. This is how we interact with the to-dos, and it was super basic. It was just like entry and a date, and it would just put the date there. Um, I don't even know how the date is formatted. I just literally did date now, and that was it. So it was just time stamping the to do. I don't even think I even displayed the timestamp. I just wanted to have it timestamped. So models, and then routes. So here, I'm more or less doing the same thing I did last stream. Da, 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 da. Anyways, I felt like this is a good like base to work off of. Yeah, as like, oh, this is something that I wrote. I can kind of I kind of recognize like my own thought process, so it'll be easier to work with. I have access to all the commits, so I can just kind of see there's a fair amount of branches here. Um, just because like yeah, there's a fair amount of branches. So and they just represent different states of the application. Not necessarily like extending it or anything like that. Um, what else? Yeah, so I'll probably like start using this and then try to kind of build off of it, which is why I'd mentioned when I was writing it initially just a to-do app. Right now, we don't necessarily have a theme for the CRUD app that we're going to build. So for right now, it'll just be like throwing stuff together. But yeah, that'd be pretty much it. So basics of API design, building by itself. I guess what I want to do here as well, I'm glad I kind of went over that, is explore MVC. I want to write MVC with a small v so much because I know about Marvel vs. Capcom. Explore MVC as a design pattern. So we still are going to like we. I'm still going to like pump out an app. So like it's going to be like an app that is actually usable. But since a lot of this is still for exploratory purposes, um, I kind of just want to like, hey, let me just mess around with this type of stuff and like do research while I'm working on it. Um, So then this would be B and this would be C. Excuse me. Is there anything else? Basic API design. Okay, so that would be basic API design. Oh man, that's loud. Five. What else? So, um, could play around with user user authentication, authentication, user authentication. Um, yeah, let's just say user authentication. I'm actually literally going to go back to that roadmap after bashing it for an hour. Relation database, not relations about APIs. Let me move this. Relational database. Web security. Oh, it's actually funny enough, right? Exactly the same thing. Um, web security knowledge. I guess it's not the same thing. Whatever. Let me take user authentication out for now because that will probably be a couple of weeks. If anything, from here we can probably launch. Yeah. Well, this should be fine, right? Explore MVC as a design pattern. Um, build, and it's a question of maybe build a database queries. Myself, or use some technology to do the database queries for us. Man, I'm really tired. Man, I'm pretty drained after all of this. But the use a third-party package of some sort. And yeah, so that would probably be like literally the basics of a CRUD app. Then maybe extend, then we can just kind of make a decision. Okay, that's what we will do here. Make a decision about extending the application. Okay, so this will be like our jumping off point. So this is literally the basics of CRUD, right? Wait. Actually, no. No. We want to build a API. API, sorry. We want to build a front end. So build a front end for completed app, right? So in React. Let's go with in React. So what we would do is there people still here? I feel like I've been talking to nobody. What we would still do. Excuse me, man. I am tired. This is tiring. So what we would still do is we would build a front end. So like once in essence we have everything done, it's like we have a database set up the way we want it to. Um, I feel like what here. Oh wait, no. Here's what we will do. There's something else I forgot. Because technically, right now we're just kind of messing around. So select a theme for the apps because we're just doing crap, right? So where should I put this? Should I put this after doing all this? Yeah, let's put it because if I put it, I need to put it before because if I put it afterwards, then I'm just gonna have to rebuild this whole thing. Well, what's wrong with rebuilding the whole thing? Alright, so select a basic app. Uh, select a select a theme for a basic app and put in place, and use all the knowledge that was learned previously. So, okay, that's fine. And then we build a front end here, and then we can mess around with the front end here, and then now we can make a decision on extending that. So in essence, all of this is just messing around, right? So this is just messing around. We'll probably have something concrete because I want to be able to have like a concrete um I want to have something concrete, like a concrete like database, and then to build the API off of, and then from there just build something else, or even whatever, like however we decide to just kind of make it into a theme. Like we actually have, like, say for instance, a to-do app, or like something that will pull from another API. That is actually, I'm really happy I said that. You see, this is the reason why you talk these things out. The um what is it, pulling data from other APIs. So don't know how that's gonna look, but I would definitely like to do something like that, especially since one of the things that we want to do is this. We could even end up like, this would be just like basic, and then we could end up doing this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just still kind of spitballing here. You know, like it's not about the plan; it's about the planning. Um, but I think this is pretty good. I think this is a pretty good start. You know, for this whole thing. And at the very least, like if we come across a problem, I can go start bothering people, or we could just move on to something else, because these aren't necessarily these aren't necessarily attached to each other, right? Like I could do this without necessarily learning API design, because I could just build a big ass table, right? Um, So if anything, if we get stuck somewhere, we can just kind of move on, and then I can just ping people on Twitter or just ask friends, and hopefully solve that problem. But yeah, I think that is it for the game plan, at least for this application, or for this learning. Yeah, I think this is it. I can't think of anything else without just kind of making it bloated. This feels like very slim. This feels very achievable. Does this serve the success metric of creating a well engineered? Yes, I would actually say that this serves um, this success metric of building a well engineered full stack application. Um, yeah, I feel like this does this job fairly well. Install database technology supporting GUIs. Yep. Learn basic design. Still under well engineered. Yep. Learn basic CRUD through. Man, I have low energy. Well, power through. Basic of API design. RESTful CRUD app. So explore and see as a design pattern. Maybe build the database queries themselves using third party. Use use a third party. Pulling data from other APIs. Yeah. So okay. Um, yeah, select a theme for a basic app, and then use all knowledge that was learned previously to build app. Yeah, I think that's fine. Build. That's, yeah. build front end for the completed app in React, and then make a decision about extending the application. Cool. All right, so let's see. Again, going back up here. CRUD app. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Like these first things lend to that, and then this will. Yeah, yeah. I think this is good. I think this is a good place to start with. Let me see. This it's a good place to start with. So, all right, give me 1 second. I am going to. I'm going to take. I'm gonna take. I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick. I will be right. Oh wow. This is even. I was blocking my face this entire time. Well, not this entire time. Wait. I wonder if it was blocking my face. Let me check. Oh, it goes behind it. Cool. This is so fascinating. Anyways, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. So I will be right back. back. Um, Sorry about that. Oh goodness, let me get rid of that. Um, hmm. Okay. All right. So I think this is a basic plan. This is a good basic plan. So what I will start doing now is, um, well, I'm sorry, I'm being vain. Uh, what I'll start doing now is I will start looking up how to install SQL, MySQL onto this. First of all, I should go check if I have MySQL installed. I don't think I do. Let's see. MySQL, chance. Nope, no MySQL. Yeah, I don't have it installed. Alright, cool. That's fine. So we're gonna figure out how to install. I am going to figure out how to install MySQL on this box, also known as my computer. Okay, and install MySQL. Ubuntu. Thank you. Oh, my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. Goodness, go fast. Okay. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm just cleaning my glasses. Go away, fly. Okay, so install MySQL. We'll just go through. Yay! Sudo apt update, app install MySQL server. Then install MySQL server package. Installing on Ubuntu. Install the MySQL using app package at this time. Writing before you install it, a packaging necessary. If you've done it, you've done so recently. And then MySQL server. Configuring MySQL. For fresh installs of MySQL, you want to run included security script. This script changes some of the less secure default options for things like remote logins and sub users. Run this. This will take you through a variety of prompts where you change security options. The first prompt will ask whether you'd like to set up the validate password plugin. Okay, I guess I will have to do this without viewers seeing. Um, I'd probably have to do this without viewers seeing, so that they don't see like the stuff that I'm doing. Let me actually keep that tab open. Okay, that app update. Securing, securing MySQL. That if check if the service is running. Log into MySQL server. Okay. Uh, do I? What other GUIs are there? So, this is good. GUIs. Alright, so, not install MySQL, but is there any supporting? So, let's see, MySQL for first timers. I'm not necessarily a first timer, but um, Okay, yeah, MySQL for absolute beginners. I should have said absolute beginners. Da 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 da. Concept of database. Yeah, 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 yeah. What is a database? Not that serious. Why use a database? Why use MySQL? It's open source. It's widely available. Works well with PHP. MySQL. Creating a database. Creating a simple table. Adding records. Retrieving records. Oh wow, this is like a full. Hmm. And this is a course. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do all that now. Uh, screw it. I'm just gonna go GUIs for MySQL. Best GUIs for MySQL. Oh, I guess Linux. I'll go with Ubuntu because I'm not so familiar with Linux. I know how Bash. Yes, it's a shell. I don't know what the kernel is. Anyways, for Ubuntu, MySQL GUI tools for Ubuntu 18.04. SQL Pro is access MySQL on local and remote machines. If you are looking for Workbench, I know where I had a friend who used Workbench, so I might do that. Is this? Man, this looks so much like VS Code. I thought it was like a plugin for VS Code. Intelligent service to work with MySQL and MariaDB. MySQL Workbench, though, I will go with that. So, let us start with the installation. I kind of want to show it, but if there's security stuff, I don't want to do that. So, I will just set myself up for the webcam, and then I will go through this. Once it's done, I will show it. I already have this open. Once it's done, I will show it. So, update. I used to type it in wrong. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, once it's done, I will show it that it's installed. Um, and then I will install all the other stuff. Uh, which one do I want? But yeah, I guess I'll kind of try and talk through what I'm doing. App install. I'm just installing SQL Server right now. Sorry if it's not as interesting. Um, yeah, I'm still kind of learning this whole streaming thing. So I know it's like, oh, I had to break off for a phone call. Hey, no, it's no problem, man. It's no problem. Like, it's all good. So I'm installing SQL now. Oh, had to go take a break to kind of put, splash water on my face. But yeah, I'm installing MySQL now, and there is a security thing that it wants me to do, and I don't want to show that stuff on screen, even though I don't know exactly what it is. In case I have to do something that requires showing off data, and I mean, I don't know. I'm just being careful despite not knowing. Okay, securing MySQL server deployment, connecting to MySQL using a blank password. Validate password component can be used to test passwords. It checks the strength of the password and allows to set only those passwords which are secure enough. We like to set up uh, do I want to yeah, why not? Okay, 0 low, 1 medium, 2 strong. Go with medium. Okay, what is medium? Uh, Numeric, mixed case, and special characters. Yeah, it's a good thing I went with medium. uh, let's see. I'm literally trying my best not to actually say the password because I actually do that. You want to estimate the strength. Okay, cool. Let me also add this really quickly because I'm not gonna remember this. Again, sorry for it being quiet. Close that, close that. Remove anonymous users. Yes, let's do that. Okay, wait. By default, it has an anonymous user allowing you want to log into MySQL without using an allowing user account if created for that reason. For testing and make the installation to go bit smoother, you should tool moving into a production environment. This is not going to be a production environment. Nah, I don't remember it anyway. Okay. Normally, root should only be allowed to connect from localhost. This ensures that someone cannot guess at the root password from the network. Disable, yes. Remove test database and access to it. Yeah. Reload privilege tables now. Yes. All done. Coolio. Okay, cool. So after that, install that and secure. Uh, let's check if. Well, first of all, let's clear this so that I can actually bring this back. There we go. Cool. Right, so MySQL dash dash version. Yep, so it's installed. Is there anything else? Is it running? It should be running. Sudo system status MySQL. Cool. Is this Q? Yep, cool. Alright, cool beans. So it's up and it's running. There's one other thing that I wanted to do. So GUIs, Workbench. I have no idea how to install this. So let's go here. Install MySQL Workbench Ubuntu. Install Ubuntu. Thanks dev.2. Update, install that. Secure installation. Run the following command to allow remote access to SQL Server. Didn't I just? Okay. Allow access to start SQL shell. Alright, whatever. Okay. Using this method, you can install from the official app repository. For this purpose, download the repository config file. Okay. Let me go because kind of want to. I don't want to have to. I want to check something else. I guess I'm gonna have to download the deb file because like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to add it. All right, cool. All right, so what is it? Where is it? Download. No thanks. Download. Cool. So order this installation. I want to get the latest version. Click download option on the next page. No thanks. Link. Okay, using the following. Cool. Alright, cool. Alright. So, cd into I would be in there. Sudo install. I have no idea where I'm. Yep. Okay, cool. Apt. MySQL app. Creatures along with a variety of components. You may select the appropriate package. Which SQL product do you wish to configure? Alright, cool. Let's do this. This configuration program has determined that MySQL Server 8.0 is configured on your system and has highlighted the most appropriate repository package. If you're not sure which version to install, do not change the auto-selected version. Advanced users can also change the versions as needed later. Note that MySQL cluster also contains MySQL server. Which server? Cool. That's weird. Okay, cool. I guess it just goes back. This is a collection of tools from MySQL Suite, including connectors, MySQL Bench, that enable or disable. Yes. Okay. Here, this is a collection of preview packages including connectors. These packages are meant for testing upcoming features, products, and contain. I don't need that. And this should be okay. What? Okay. I think that's it. Ah, man. I am so confused. All right. Workbench. Workbench. MySQL. Nope. I don't know if it got installed. Alright, let me try this again. Huh. It was already the newest version. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. So update sudo apt update. Okay, cool. And then sudo apt install. This is what I get for not following instructions. Workbench community. Yep. I have the instructions right here, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna do whatever I want. Buttons. Cool. And now MySQL Workbench should exist on this machine. Yes, it does. Uh-huh. It's a pretty dolphin. Oh, man. Oh, I'm tired. Whew, I'm pretty drained. Okay. Cool beans. Pretty dolphin is pretty. Cannot connect to database server. Your connection attempt to denied. Okay, cool. Do I have to create? Um, let's see. Local connection method TCP IP. That should be fine. I have no idea. Um, Jesus, was localhost. I think I just type in localhost, right? Ooh, I'm. Alright, I got 10 minutes. Cool. Yes, so I installed MySQL and I'm installing MySQL Workbench and I am trying to figure out how to connect it to my local instance of MySQL. Um, da, 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 root should be as easy as what you already have. Root password should have been set up during. Yeah. Where's password? Give me a second. Also, I'm trying my best not to say the password. Okay. Access denied for user root. So I did the SQL secure thing. If you're getting prompted for a password, then the service is already running. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Access denied. Okay. So, did you enter a password during? So, when I installed it, we did. Where is it? Here it is. When I installed it, we did this thing, MySQL secure installation, and it asked a bunch of questions. Um, yeah, it asked a bunch of questions, and I did put in. Oh, okay, so I did change password for root. Okay, so is this can I? Yeah. So it? Give me a second. Let me go to, this is what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was funny. uh, where is it? Oh, man, I got so straight. You know what's funny? It's a peregrine falcon. It's not even, well, peregrine falcons are in America, but it's my favorite bird. So I was just like, let me just make a play on be right back and burb. So let me just show a bird. Oh. Yeah, no, I have inspiration. Oh man, I put the right password in. Let me try logging in. Let me try logging in here. So it's like MySQL, right? Uh, how do you a squirrel, a common gray squirrel with a nut in its in its hand? Yeah, cause you're squirrely. Uh, okay. How do you run? I have done this in forever, dude. Squirrel tattoos. It seems fitting. Sudo squirrel dash user root dash pass. So sudo MySQL dash u root dash p. Oh God. Hmm. Then why am I in? If oh wow. So I'm in. Oh, oh, it's a good thing that I had it. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, it was set to the wrong scene. Thank goodness, because I was actually typing in my file. So I logged into my SQL here. Wow, really, dude? Really, really, ma? Really? I don't care. How do I how do I where's the go away? Spam bot exists. How do you delete their message? I have no idea how to do that. Okay. Oh my god. All right. Emergency. Like when I right click on it, I don't get anything. Oh, let's see. Nope. Oh wait, hold on. Ah, timeout. Ah, ban. Go away. Haha. Yeah. A message has been deleted by a moderator. That moderator is me. Yeah. So you just click on it. You left click on it. Um, you left click on the poison like thus. I should make you a moderator. Let me figure out how to do that. Block and report. How do I make you a moderator? Add friend. Well, I could do that too. Add friend. Timeout. Ban. Come on. That's the dots. No, the dots are evil. Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's cool. Like, it's not that serious. Why is Jabali's damn face on this? making mod moves. I don't know. It's like it doesn't matter, or I don't want to say it doesn't matter. Like being able to do mod stuff without actually like like how do you make people moderator? Making people bro. Okay. Oh, cool. Wait, what? Mod. Yeah, it's a chat command. Look, I don't do this stuff regularly, so you leave me the hell alone. Yay, you are now a mod. Happy birthday. I will still ban you though. I V mod. You see, my button is red. Let me show you. Let me. Hey. Oh shit, you got a soul. I got a red button. V. Alright, alright. So, anyhow, so we're in MySQL here. So, um, let's see, show tables. Oh wow, I'm definitely in show tables. No database is selected. Oh, show tables, show databases. Okay, cool. So I'm here, but why can't I? So I can easily turn on follow only chat, which is what a lot of streamers do to deal with bots. Yeah, that's fine. Um, well, not for now because I don't have a lot of followers, and I would like people to come in and actually like say stuff. Yeah, I would only do that if you asked. Yeah, cool. No, it's cool. I mean, like you're probably going to be in here often, especially since you're saying Ahmad's job on Twitch is to be your executive assistant. Like I'm not even I'm not even I don't like I don't know if you feel I don't want to put that pressure on you. Like in my head it's just like you make your friends your mod or people who are gonna be in here a lot with you your mod. That's beneath me? Yes, it's beneath me because I am the king of my Twitch stream. You have to make the face. Or you're not a king. Have this God mode moment. It's good for you. Yeah, it's good for me until I actually walk to the pearly gates, right? And it's like, yeah, we remember when you were streaming that one time. Get the fuck out. Pa! God mode my ass. Alright, I'm making myself laugh now. Alright, so speaking of junk, so we are in the installation here, right? So I guess what we will be spending the rest of the stream doing is trying to figure out how to get SQL how to get Workbench to use this installation. So let me exit. Um, should I system sudo systemctl? That is definitely not what I wanted to do. Systemctl help dash dash help. Yes. Okay, cool. Um, systemctl stops MySQL. Sudo systemctl stop MySQL. Cool. And then you can. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. So it was, um, it was stopped. So wait, hold on. So it was because it was stopped. So if I were to start it, sudo. Well, first of all, let me check systemctl MySQL unknown operation MySQL. How do you check the status? status of the PS2 will give you all. Thank you. PS dash A. So it's not running, and clearly it says it stopped here. So how do I start it? Refresh. Server status. So I may be wrong. You you should be able to start it from Workbench. Cool. Um, Connect to DB. Okay. Okay, hold on. Close that. Admin. There's no connection to the MySQL. Requires establishing an established connection to. I don't know. How do you do this? Just click the stop button. There's a stop button. There's a bunch of red buttons, but they're not stop. It's server start. Oh, stop. No, doesn't. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Then start from command line. Yep, that was what I was thinking. Alright, so how the hell? Okay, so sudo systemctl start MySQL service. Okay, cool. And then let's refresh this. No, we can't access it. So weird. Why can't we do that? Alright, so close. I think we can. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't get it. Let me remove this. I really don't understand what I'm doing. Okay, cool. It's not in here. Hmm. Yeah, it's not in here at all. Showing up there. It should be in the CTL, in the system CTL somewhere. Like should be. Let me go check the help again. Sudo system CTL dash dash help. Should have a way of listing all the running services. Oh wow. Status. I guess status will work. Where is it? Status. This stuff. Yeah, it's running. It's active. It's running. Okay. Sudo service MySQL start. Okay, cool. Let's try that. Sudo service MySQL start. Okay, cool. And then let's see. Nope, you are still pissed. Access denied. It's so weird. See why it hates you. It's cause I'm black. It's racist. Linux might be the problem. It could be it could be how I installed it. I don't know. Yeah. I guess we are going to be spending an hour trying to set up Workbench. Okay. When in doubt, we shall go to YouTube. YouTube solves all problems. That's why Google bought it. Okay. MySQL Workbench. Connect to a database. Okay, cool.
My name is Kainton, and I've been a software engineer for about 20 years now, and I'm going to teach you how to create a database in MySQL Server. The master loaded have MySQL, you can hold.
Okay. Uh, Connect to database Ubuntu. Damn. Good God. That was loud as hell.
Hello everyone, welcome to my cafe. So this is
Wait,
the
this
fundamental
is. Oh, how to install. Cool.
stuff in the
Cool. So.
because I level of password. Okay, so basically I'll
So I did
enter
that.
the
Made up a new
password.
password.
I'll enter you. No,
I removed anonymous
I
users.
don't connect using root password.
Oh, I think I did do this. I think I did disallow root login remotely. So I think I did do that. Somebody mentioned turning it back on. I think this was it. Turning it back on. Okay, so I might have to do this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll add a user. You're probably gonna have to walk me through it. How do I add a user? Um, add a user MySQL. CLI. Burb. Okay, create user sudo user root pass. Oh wait, yes. So I'm just gonna come in and then I'm gonna create user identify by such. Create user. Therefore, replace user and password with username and password of your choice. So that at localhost. Identified by password, and then all privileges has access to grant permission on, for example, to grant privilege, grant privileges. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go into to SQL sudo MySQL dash u root. Cool. And then I am going to change the scene. I am going to change the scene because I believe I have to. I believe it's not meant to mask the password when I make it. Okay, so let me go check how to do this. Create user. Chad. I. Okay, cool. Create user. Okay. So we created the user, and I just want to give the user all the permissions. All the permissions. Oh God. Am I still online? I'm still online. Looks like I'm still online. Okay, cool. It just went down for a second. Yeah, don't dox myself. Um, is there a way to clear this? Is there a way to clear the CLI? The full SQL? Like, so I have, yeah. So, yeah, the console clear. Yeah, I put clear in and it's not working. You know what? Let me exit. Let me just exit and then I'll just clear the console in Bash. Like I literally put when I was going into. Let me go back in here. I literally whatever. That's cool. So I just want to grant that user every permission. Grant all permissions. MySQL. Grant all privileges. Grant all privileges to. Okay, cool. Nope. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that either. Okay, cool. I think I can go back here now and stare into the void. Cool. I guess let me go back to the webcam for now. So grant all privileges to this person. Cool. Exit. All right. Cool. So let me actually try to. All right. I'm gonna. Oh, let me clear this. All right. Now I'm gonna switch the scene back. Cool beans. And I will try to. I will try to do this. So I'm just gonna put test. Localhost. Yeah, that's fine. User be that. Store. Okay. Huzzah! Yes. Okie dokie. It works! Oh, it works! Oh man. Alright, so it wasn't an hour. Look at that. Yeah, buddy. I am genius. IR genius. With help from my faithful sidekick, Aaron. Thanks for all the help, man. Thank you, thank you. Cool. So let's do some stupidness. So we're here right now. Um, let's. Do we have any databases? Show databases. Nope. Show tables. Oh, it's not running the query. Where is it? How do you execute the query? Oh, those are the only. Cool. All right, so create database test. It's an error. By the way, this makes me want to lean this way. Please don't do that. have no idea how to create databases. Okay, cool. Create database MySQL. Create database statements. Create database name. Oh, okay, so you don't have to put it in thingamabob, do you? Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't have to put it in quotes. I didn't have to put it in quotes. Okay. I'm assuming that ran it. Okay, so show databases. Cool. So um create database. Man, it's been so long. Create database. Show tables test. It's not doing that. Alright, so show tables, you can't enter anything else. How do I enter a database? How do I enter a database? Okay, cool. Alter. How do I go into a database? Create database. Go into database. MySQL. Creating. Oh, select database. Oh, use. Okay, cool. Thanks. I was just trying to remember the keyword. Use database test. Um, oh, just use the database name. Okay, cool. Test. Cool. Right. And then I believe I do show tables now. Show tables. There will be no tables to with the showing. Yep, there are no tables in that. Create table test. I need to stop putting quotes. Create table test. Okay. Show tables now. Show tables now. Nope. Create table did not work. Okay. Create table. Oh, because I have to define it. I have to define a bunch of things. Okay, cool. You know what? I am just going to copy this so that I don't have to do the crazy definition. Because I am just going to make something basic as hell. Paste. Thank you. Okay. And then let's see if show tables works now. Yes, there's tables persons. Um, cool. Now I want to see what the table schema is. Create table, drop table, alter table, view table? No, that's create view. Show table schema SQL. Yeah, I want to see the layout of the table. I just want to, in essence, I want to see the table I created. Um, I guess describe. No, is that really it? Describe. Okay, I guess describe will work. So yeah, cool. All right, cool. Uh, that is that. And I can drop table. Do I need? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna answer this question right now. I don't need these keywords to be capital. Show tables. Oh, drop table persons. Okay, drop table persons. I'm pretty sure persons needs to be. Is that like just it's best practice, but it isn't required for MySQL to work? Why is that best practice? Like, I'm just kind of curious. Like, who made who? Or I don't want to say who. Why is it best practice? Show tables again. Show tables. No, persons have disappeared. Did. Keywords in all caps make it easier for folks to understand what is a SQL keyword and what is this a random argument in your script. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. That makes sense. That's what I figured. I figured it was something like that. It was just easier to identify. And I'm pretty sure this was before we had colored text. So it's like you're doing all this in the CLI, and it's just like which word is the SQL statement, which word is the. Developers for not capitalizing things. No, I hear you. Yeah, I'm the type of person, like, if you say the phrase best practice to me and say nothing else, I'm going to ask why. Like, I hate that. I hate when people go, oh, it's just best practice. And it's just like, why? And it's like, it's best practice. I had a friend who did that. And I was just like, the fuck is. Why? Why? Because, yeah, it's going to be best practice, but there's going to be a point where it's not a good idea. You know? But no, I just want to know. Like, I mean, I did it because it's like that's how I wrote SQL statements, and that's how just I just learned how to do it. And that's how I see people write SQL statements all the time. So like, it's fine. I was just wondering. It's just a little bit annoying because it's just like, but like, especially now that I know what the point of it is, like, it makes me appreciate actually writing them in caps a bit more. You know, I have no idea what else to do. Okay, so we have this here. So we've installed the database technology and we installed the GUIs. Do you think there's anything else that we should that would support the SQL installation? You think like say for instance it well I don't even have a for instance. Do you think there's anything else that I should install like for this? Yeah, I can't think of anything else either. Like, I was thinking like PHP MyAdmin, and I was just like, I just need a GUI, and I was just like, do I really want to install PHP and use it through? Like, it just feels like a lot of work. And then I was like, oh shit, Workbench, DBS, and some to interact with it. Yeah. Yeah. I should fuck around with MySQL Workbench some more to see if there's like uh to see if they're like if you can do all of this stuff um in a GUI. Should be able to. Like, I don't have to actually execute queries. Create a MySQL tab for executing. Nope. Create a SQL file for. Nope. Create a new schema. No. To the connected server. No. Create a new table. Column name. Column name int. Alright, let me, because I don't want to actually do that. Don't save. Oh. So yeah, I guess yeah, it's like 30 minutes before I plan to end the stream, and I'm a little bit burnt out at this point. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Not necessarily end the stream, but I think I'm gonna call it in terms of doing any more work. So what did we accomplish today? We wrote a bunch of text. All right. So what we accomplished today is um, we threw a pokeball. That's exactly what we accomplished. God, like all of my random sayings that I say by myself is now going to be is now going to come out. All right. So yeah. So what did we accomplish today? We wrote a pretty elaborate game plan, which kind of involves success metrics, the technologies that we plan to use, primary choice for technology. Let me make that clear. Primary choice for technology. So yeah, um, kind of have an idea of projects. We could elaborate a little bit more on this. Um, I'm still going to upload this to Twitter. Upload it to Twitter. I'm still going to share it on Twitter and get people's opinions on what else I could do. I'll just kind of give them a quick background that I'm going to be doing it on stream. Uh, but yeah, so we pretty much did all of this. We came up with all of this. And then we came up with like a simple game plan for the CRUD application. So this game plan is based around the idea that we're just trying to figure out how to come up with, well, we're trying to figure out kind of like API design and stuff that you would think about, not necessarily by starting with the backend technology, like for instance Node and Express, uh, is to start with the data layer. So start with the database technology. So in essence, how, what commands do we need to do to get data in and out of the database, right? Um, what do we need, right? So basically, okay. So think about CRUD now. Yeah. So like the idea is like, yeah, create is insert, read is select, update is update, and delete is delete. Oh, okay, delete is delete. I thought it was remove. Yeah. So yeah, that this is literally the idea. So we would do like CRUD operations, but not we would do them literally using SQL statements and just messing around with that. And I also want to do a bit of database design. Actually, I'm going to put this second. I'm going to put this third. Sorry, since it's more basic. So so what so what the plan is, so next session, in essence we'll just be screwing around with SQL statements. Damn, I wish we were streaming this together. I got DBs down to a science. Yo, hey man, like I don't mind streaming a Zoom call and or going on to Discord and just chatting, like, or whatever. I don't mind doing that at all. Zoom, Discord, yeah, whatever works. Like whatever it is that will get audio, video, out here, and I'll just like literally this is just desktop, and I have desktop audio. So if anything, like say for instance, you have something to show, I can just kind of show your screen, and it'll output. Yeah, you'll want to set up a scene in OBS to sort out showing another person and their audio. So I don't necessarily need to do that. I just capture desktop for now. I'll probably end up doing that, maybe. It depends. Like I'd probably have to make a scene that shows another camera and somehow like capture your face from what you call it. But I think desktop works for now. Audio comes from desktop audio. So if you speak, the desktop audio will output it too. No, no, you can use a specific application window as a source. Yeah, I can do that too. Um, Same with application audio, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yeah, probably. Let me get out of this so that it's not so confusing to people. Regardless, if anything, I can always mess with it, like, cause I can have OBS open and not actually stream anything. So if anything, we can mess with it over the weekend or whenever, so that like come Tuesday, we can we can do that. But whatever, like I don't mind doing the ad hoc thing right now. I literally do not mind like messing with OBS while streaming. Like this whole thing is me learning, right? Like I don't mind streaming me kind of stumbling for now. So it's whatever, however we decide to do it, or however it gets done. Like I can do a little bit of research, but if you're interested, please, like, let me know what your time is. I don't mind. Like, I don't mind streaming for on my own for a little bit, and then you coming in and wowing us with your database skills, and then me going back to streaming on my own for a little bit again. You know what I mean? I'm completely open with that. However, whatever you want to do, man. PM usually after 3 p.m. your time. Okay, cool. I will hit you up. Today's Thursday, right? So I don't have anything I'm doing. Yeah, yeah. I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up for sure. If anything, you can hit me up too, in case I forget. But I'll hit you up. Should I put this on my? No, I won't add it to favorites. But yeah, I'll hit you up. Anyways, let me go back into this. Let me go back into this just to kind of talk about what we did today. So we wrote this out. Pretty much install database and supporting stuff. So right now we just have MySQL installed. We have the GUI installed. I just did some dumb things in the GUI just to make sure it worked. Was a little bit of a hassle because I just really don't understand all of it. I don't want to say I don't understand all of this stuff, but it's just been a while since I've done all of this. And when I did like MySQL, it was literally through PHP MyAdmin. I didn't have like a desktop application that went directly into my database technology, into my, yeah, whatever. So like I said, um, install database application, basics of CRUD, using the through the database layer, through the data layer, and then the basics of database design. So, why, like, these could take multiple days or multiple sessions. Yeah, I will look at my calendar after work and see what we can work out. Yeah, sure, no problem, no problem, no problem, no problem. Yo, hit me up on Discord, Twitter, wherever. But yeah, so you know, just messing around with stuff, you know, pretty much like this thing is kind of learning the queries and learning what queries are important and why they're important. These two things kind of lend to each other because like you saw me do, I just made a table and it was not necessarily a big ass table, but it was a big table with all the attributes. And I know database design kind of has for multiple tables with different primary and foreign keys. Um, yeah, different primary and foreign keys, and kind of allows you to add a lot of things, and then search through them quickly without a lot of duplicate data, and then still searching for them quickly. Um, so we're probably going to spend a majority of time on these two things. For or not a majority. We'll probably spend a fair amount of time on these two things, and then we get really into the actual CRUD app. So like, or not the actual CRUD app, sorry, but we get into like API design. So in essence, Node. This is because that's the technology that I'll choose. A Node, and messing around with MVC as a design pattern. Seeing different ways of querying the database from Node and Express. Like in essence, making the database, querying the database, using querying the database using um, lions that go into the database and say if you don't give us the data, we'll maul you. Or we can talk about get and post and yeah. So that's the reason why I specifically said RESTful. Um, I don't know if you were here, Aaron. But go back into the to my project here. That is not the thing that I. Come on, it's my bad. Yeah. So I made a REST application or a REST API. Well, it's REST application. It's a full stack application, except the front end is trash. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah. So I made a REST application. Where is it? I think it's in controllers. It's in controllers. To do controller. Right. So I made this, and this uses, I believe, where is it? I'm trying to figure out where the endpoints are. I think it might be in the routes. Yeah, so it has like a add update and everything, but it doesn't use those keywords in the request, and so it is technically not a RESTful app. Where is it? Entry. I don't remember what keyword it used. Mongo push. Oh, this is the home. Oh, no, 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 no. This is. I don't remember what the keywords are. I think they all used post. I think it was just post and get. Yeah. So for an update where you change some values, you use patch. Otherwise, you use put. Right. Yeah. And then getting data is get. Um, and then adding new stuff is post. And then delete would be removing something from the database. You know, yeah, deleting records would be delete. Um, so to do remove, I don't think I used those keywords. There was a reason why I didn't use the keywords. I was having some issue as to why I wasn't using I didn't use those keywords. Um, so that was a. I'm trying to figure out where we define the keywords themselves. I do not remember. Um, Cause there was a point where I was directly using the keywords. Cause like there's a version of this app that was RESTful. And then I was having a problem at it, and then I just took the keywords out. Yeah, in my routes. So post. Ah, yeah. So here it is. It's all just post. This is where the keyword is. It's all just post. There was a reason for it. It was just a thing that I was doing wrong. Or there was a thing that I was having a problem with, and I was just like, fuck it. Or so I just don't remember. Either way, um, yeah. So value change between those. So yeah, yeah. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I could have spent a little bit more time. Uses a query string. Post will use a request body. Um, get uses a query string. Is there another? Was there another way of get? Was there a way of like requesting data without putting it in the without putting it? Because I think that was the issue. I didn't want to put the data. I didn't want to get the data auto. I didn't want to request the data directly from the from the what you call it bar. Uh, God, I I can't remember the names of anything. You don't want to do something like. Yeah, I didn't think. I think I didn't want to do something like that. Like there was some reason for it. It's been a while. It's been literally a year since I did this. And I was just like, screw it. I don't remember. I don't remember to be quite honest with you. I just remember that it was an issue. Yeah, I know. And I was like, I was trying for that, and I was just like, screw it. We're just practicing, on the next one, and then the next one never came. Mhm. Yeah, like that's literally why in my resume I literally said, like whenever I talk about this I talk about this project, I said that I made a REST API instead of RESTful. I could have been an asshole and just say RESTful, but like literally the moment they jumped into the GitHub, they'd have seen I was lying, and that would have been a problem. So I was very specific about that. Anyways, so here it's just like messing around with MVC. Um, Aaron has graciously volunteered. To be honest, I tend to just use get and post unless I'm trying to be fancy. Um, yeah, I mean, me personally, I do like the idea of having specific keywords for specific actions that you want to do with the database, to be quite honest with you, as opposed to just doing get and post. Um, because like for me, it's a big deal that I can go back and read the code and know what's going on, right? It's just like, or not, yeah, go back and read the code, and then it's like, okay, like when I'm making requests, so like say for instance if I'm documenting the API, it's like you must do this request, you know what I mean? Like I'm very big on that, like on being very thorough, excuse me, in that. Like it's not all that serious, to be quite honest with you, but it's just like a pet peeve of mine. So like that's why I talk about it as much as I do. Like because to be honest, if the API works, it works. You know what I mean? If it's extensible, it's extensible. You know what I mean? Like you don't need to have a heart attack over it. But I don't know, my pet peeve. Anyhow, it's pretty much messing around with API design. You know what I mean? And then after all of this messing around, and I feel pretty confident with all of this, or I get bored or whatever, I don't know. Then we'll actually build an app with all of the stuff that we've done. So, in essence, we'd have been like pretty much hammering away at all of these concepts, and then build a basic app with all the knowledge we've come across, and then build a front end for it, and then we will have an app at that point, and we can make decisions on where we go with the app. Um, and then we probably won't do too much of that. Maybe like authentication or something, and then we could kind of get into to launching an app on a cloud service, and then getting into these other success metrics. You know what I mean? But that's pretty much what we did this entire stream. I don't know how people. I don't know. Whatever. Like I felt like we covered a fair amount. Like I feel super confident about all of this. Even if we have to like make adjustments, I feel super confident about all of this. So what? I'm a little. Yeah. I'm a little. I was a tad bit like I'm so like because I can't see the actual like what you call it. I can't see the actual um I can't see OBS to just make sure that I'm on the right scene. 'Cause, like there's only four scenes. And I'm just like, did I click the right one? So yeah. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm going to share this on Twitter after the stream is done. And yeah, that's it. So the next time I'll be streaming should be next week Tuesday. I'm still going to mess around with the schedule a little bit. So the schedule right now is Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Right, and the the it's pretty much at 11 a.m. I want to take a break, just to kind of chill. I I don't know how breaks are going to work, like because I don't want to leave the stream on, and then, Aaron brought this up. I don't want to leave the stream on, and then everybody's just like, "Yo, what the hell is this dude doing?" Right, and then just disappear. Like if anything, I'll take the hour break and maybe break it up into multiple like breaks, so that I'm not burnt out after like 2 hours of like thinking on a problem, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much the idea right now. Um, so in terms of playing video games, because I mentioned this a lot of times, I don't have a schedule for that right now. It will more likely be in the afternoon for EST. So, because like I want to get like whatever work done, during the days, during the day. So like I want to make sure that like by 9 a.m. I'm I'm working, getting stuff done, and you know, streaming, getting stuff done. You know what I mean? And then, like in the afternoon, once I've gotten all of my important stuff done, I can, like I can just relax and whatever. I don't have to think about work for the rest of the day. So I may stream video games. It'll just be random, depending on how I feel. Like the actual coding stuff is more on a schedule, and it's just going to be more on a schedule. So like if you see me just show up on if you see just a notification that I'm streaming, you know. I don't know. I'm pretty new to all of this, so I'll figure it out. Um, I think that's about it. So, thank. Oh, right, VOD. So the last thing is that the VOD for this entire fiasco, the VOD for this entire fiasco um, will be uploaded to YouTube more or less right after this. So as soon as I can get the video, I'll just kind of slap it up on YouTube and put whatever I need to on it, and then I'll just post it on Twitter and LinkedIn. I do not talk enough about LinkedIn. Anyways, yeah. So I guess that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else. Uh, Look, man. Look, y'all need to stop hating on LinkedIn. You know. Well, I don't want to say you need to stop hating on LinkedIn. I use it. I have a few. Like, I get a few. Like, there's people I talk to on LinkedIn. Polywork is life. LinkedIn is a dumpster fire. Everything is a dumpster. Everything is a dumpster fire. I don't use Polywork that much. I don't use Polywork that much at all. I need to actually get into using Polywork a little bit more. Like when it initially came out, like I had a friend give me a code. Um, like oh yeah, yeah, yes. I mean it's coming up to time. Um, it's like, hey, welcome back. Yeah, it's coming up to time. Like I would end the stream, like in my schedule, I would end the stream around this time, and it's because like I work out like around three, and so like two, I go get food so that I have energy to work out, and then I have some stuff I do on Twitter around this time, and then after that I have like other little sub things that I would do throughout the day, like if I work out like maybe 3:34, you know I have like 5:30 to 6. No, I have like 5 to 6 to do my own thing. Um, and then after 6, I try my best not to do any work whatsoever, because I'm willing to wake up really early. So I'm willing to wake up really early to get work done. I'm a morning person. But yeah, the stream's kind of coming to an end right now, so I'm just kind of like going over everything that we did. Um, I feel like it was a pretty good stream. My streaming times are going to be something like 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to continue this 5 hour stream thing, because 5 hours is really long and it's really grueling. Like the few breaks that I took were really crucial. Like now I feel better. Like especially when I ate. Like I ate and for a while it was just really hard. Like oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah. I mean yeah, it's like and to be honest, like a few things I don't want to say I wouldn't have gotten done without you, but like I would have definitely been kind of spinning my wheels. I feel like I'd have been spinning my wheels with the MySQL thing a little bit longer if you weren't here, you know. But I don't know. Already said to myself that I was going to keep to the same schedule next week, and if I'm feeling the same way about 5 hours per day, per thing, the right Google searches, yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, like I feel like if I feel the same way at the end of the stream, um, at the end of the two streams next week, then I'm going to make an adjustment to the schedule because like I don't want to be here with really low energy, for you guys. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to, in essence, be stumbling through some stuff. Even though obviously that's pretty much the working day anyway. It's just going to happen. I just don't want to be that on stream, especially when like I want and it's about sustainability, right? Like I don't want to like feel tired and feel muggy and be upset. Like if it's better for me to stream like maybe 4 days a week or 3 days a week and just at shorter times, then it's better for me to do that because then I can be more consistent. Anyways, Um, so I'll be back next week. The VOD for this will be on YouTube as soon as I'm able to get it up. Um, is there anything else? I guess I should plug all the things that I'm doing. So, follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Chad_R_Stewart. Um, follow me on Twitter. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It'd be funny because if you're watching this on YouTube, then you'll already be there. But please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. It's same username as the Twitch. ChadRStewart. Um, I don't have any. I have some video ideas, but whenever I get to them, I'll get to them. Um, and other than that, oh, one other thing. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, and if you can see here, uh, I have in my projects wanting to build a website for Tech is Hiring. So there's a hashtag that I manage on Twitter called Tech is Hiring, which essentially is if anybody is looking for an opportunity or if anybody has an opportunity that they want to share and they share it on Twitter, I would ask them to attach the hashtag to it. So we have a fair amount of people and jobs in the hashtag right now. So if you're looking for a job in tech, I would definitely encourage you to look through that hashtag. And if anything, if you don't find anything, at the very least you'll have people that you can kind of reach out to and say, hey, do you know more about opportunities, or hey, are you interested in working here, whatever, right? I have a Twitter. It has a Twitter bot. The Twitter bot is literally at Tech is Hiring. Um, so you can subscribe. You can follow that bot, and it will literally retweet anything that has Tech is Hiring on it. Um, that has the tag Tech is Hiring. It has a bunch of things if you don't want to actually go searching through the hashtag. It already has a bunch of opportunities there. So I manage that. So, for the people who have Twitter and are either they have opportunities or they're looking to they have opportunities or they're looking for work, I highly encourage you to use that hashtag which however you can, you know. And yeah, I think that's about it. So I will call it. Actually, I can actually just put it on webcam since I'm just talking. So I will call it. Um, Thank you very much for watching me. Pretty much be complete. Whatever. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate. I really appreciate Aaron, and Matthew for kind of coming in and helping out with the stream, while providing interesting conversation. Um, yeah. Oh, cool. That's pretty much too. Okay. All right. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks. So yeah, I will see you guys next week unless I decide to stream to play video games. Otherwise, I'll see you then. Yeah. No. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best, man. All right. You guys have a good one. Um. Yeah. Later.